Good morning, guys, and welcome out to Revolution. And so we are going to have an interesting time today. I'm going to continue on with looking at the prologue of Jerome. And so this is going to be a very interesting video. So I'm just trying to find a pic that I loaded up. Now, I went through ChatGPT. It kept trying to make Richard Simon a Jesuit priest, because apparently there is a modern day Richard Simon. And so it kept putting him in a Jesuit hood and saying he's a Jesuit priest. But I think I fixed it. Richard Simon, Oratorian scholar, text critic, versus St. Jerome, champion of the true text, defended 1 John 5:7-8, the 300-year attack on Jerome's prologue. And so this is going to be very interesting. We're going to look at Richard Simon, and I should really show you what I'm looking at. There we go. I'll make that full screen. And so, yeah, we're going to continue going through the material, proving that no one in the Reformation period really questioned Jerome's prologue. They thought that it was genuine. I mean, it's like with everything, there are a few people who say a few things here and there, but the general consensus in the Reformation period was that the prologue was genuinely Jerome's, and that he clearly wrote about the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, saying that unfaithful translators from Greek into Latin were removing the words, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit. And so to me, this is very clear. And the more that I go through this material, the more that I'm seeing a bigger picture. And this, to me, I guess I've gone through a lot of evidences, Cyprian, the grammatical issues, a whole bunch of things. I guess to me, this is the biggest vindication of comma advocates, and I'm actually really excited about it. And the more that I go through this material, because what I'm doing is I'm reading through this stuff, and some of it's going over my head a little bit, but then during the week I'm re-listening to what I'm saying, and going back over stuff and realizing I'm saying a lot of speakos. I'm saying this is 5th century when I'm supposed to say 15th century. I haven't called Jesus Satan yet. I haven't gone the full Mormon route and said that they're brothers or anything, but I have said some pretty weird things. I guess when you're saying 4 hours of straight chat, you're bound to say something wrong. But we're looking at this 300-year attack. And so Richard Simon, he popularized the concept that Jerome's prologue to the Canonical Epistles, it was a fake. Okay, so he popularized this. I don't think he invented it, but he definitely put quite a lot of meat on this false claim. And so we're going to look deeply into this, and I'm going to prove to you that Jerome wrote the prologue and that he clearly said that unfaithful translators were omitting this. So I've been having a really interesting time around the comma. Now, sometimes, you know me, I go down rabbit holes, rabbit trails, and I'm a bit like a hound dog. Once I find something interesting, I can't let go of it, and I follow that scent, even if it leads me up in the woods and I end up lost. And so I've been reading through lots of different books, checking out lots of commentary. And I'll just show you a few things that I've been doing lately. So I recently just cleaned up an article. Now, I've done a few articles just recently on 1 John 5:7 issue. Now, what's interesting, a lot of TR people would be very interested in this. The comma and Dean Burgon. Okay. Now, I just wrote this morning. Now, what's happened is I went through Dean Burgon's material looking for things about the comma, and there's hardly anything really that he says. But what is very interesting is Dean Burgon, and I use his argumentation to defend 1 Timothy 3:16. So this is where I say Dean Burgon is a bit like a James Snap type of guy. He is actually probably the father of the majority text movement, the Byzantine priority movement today. He did not defend the Textus Receptus as a whole. And so if we got someone like Maurice Robinson or James Snap Jr. and put them back in time, they would be contemporary with Dean Burgon. Now, obviously, Dean Burgon was legendary in his scholarship and all the rest of it, would probably outshine a lot of people in this generation. But he didn't advocate for the Textus Receptus, and he definitely didn't advocate for 1 John 5:7. So what this article here is saying is that when he was talking about Greece back, now he's defending 1 Timothy 3:16, which is great. I use his same argumentation. But in this, he said basically that the evidence for the who reading that Westcott and Hort chose is so flimsy that it's as flimsy as 1 John 5:7. So this is quite interesting. So he says here, so when a few witnesses, so talking about a few witnesses, so he's obviously a majority type of guy. If so few witnesses were sufficient to establish the genuineness of this reading, that's talking about 1 Timothy 3:16, and we're talking about the who reading that Westcott and Hort put in. Despite so many such weighty testimonies and arguments against it, then no criterion of truth and falsehood would remain in textual criticism, and the entire text of the New Testament would become uncertain and doubtful. And so he's actually speaking about 1 John 5:7 here. So let me just read what he says here. He says, I'll read the first part of this article. Dean Burgon mentions the comma in passing in his book, The Revision Revised, while defending 1 Timothy 3:16. Burgon mentions 1 John 5:7, but does not defend its authenticity. In fact, he used it as an example to the flimsy evidence used by critics of the God reading, who favored the who reading at 1 Timothy 3:16. So I've written that a little bit. It's a bit awkward, so I might fix that. But I just wrote this morning. And so then he said here, now what does he say? 1 John 5:7. Now I should just really go to his article because he does mention it here. Okay, so he's talking about 1 Timothy 3:16, and he says, so almost without attestation. So my only wonder is how an exhibition of 1 Timothy 3:16, so feebly attested, so almost without attestation, can have come to be seriously entertained by any. And then it says, as Griesbach remarks concerning 1 John 5:7. So he's actually saying that there's just as little attestation for 1 John 5:7 as there is for 1 Timothy 3:16 for the critical text reading of who. So this is quite a big thing because my understanding is Dean Burgon, he was actually Dean Burgon, Scrivener, these guys were text critics. Scrivener was a majority text guy. He was not a Textus Receptus advocate. A lot of people forget that. A lot of people forget that he worked with Westcott and Hort for years, and he was there saying, yes, we should get rid of 1 John 5:7. We should get rid of this other verse and this other verse. And they, like, if they were here today, we would be critiquing them. Like I could critique people like James Snap Jr. and say, look, you should leave this verse in. You should have the Reformation text. But if I had a time machine and went back and saw Dean Burgon, he wouldn't be my friend. He would be an enemy, and he would be an enemy of 1 John 5:7. And so, and when I'm saying enemy, obviously I've got friends who are critical text people, I've got friends who are majority text, Byzantine priority, etc. But what I'm saying is an enemy on what we are disagreeing on. I believe this is the word of God. And so it's quite interesting that Burgon was not a friend of the Comma Johannine. Now, This is why, when D.A. Waite named the Dean Burgon Society after Dean Burgon, I was like, it's not a great name. And he did a whole series of audios saying why the Dean Burgon Society deserves its name, etc. Now, Dean Burgon had enough bullets to destroy the Westcott and Hort theory, but just like James Snap Jr. and Maurice Robinson and these guys have enough bullets to destroy the critical text theories of today, but they are still not TR advocates, are they? And so naming a society the Dean Burgon Society when really advocating for the Textus Receptus and for the King James, just like I am, I think it's caused a lot of confusion in this generation. And so the majority text, and a lot of people today are just using the word majority text as if that means the Textus Receptus. Now, the majority text used to be a name for the Textus Receptus, okay, used by scholars. They would say, well, the majority text says this, talking about the TR. But then Burgon came along with the traditional text, which was different. Oftentimes it's called the Byzantine text, the Constantinopolitan text, the Syriac text, the Greek Vulgate. There's a whole bunch of names given to the TR over the years, but we don't just call it the Vulgate today. We don't use that old terminology because new terms have come along. Majority text is now a printed edition by Hodges and Farsted, but most people actually don't even go with the majority text. Most people go with Byzantine priority. So majority text is sort of fizzed out. But a lot of TR people say, hey, I'm a majority text guy. Well, majority text, if Westcott and Hort never existed, our main enemy, in a sense of, we're arguing ideas and not enemies, like I want to bash them up or anything. I hope these guys come around. It's like, having an enemy in a sense where I'm a pre-trib guy, and my post-trib guys are my enemy on that doctrine, or Unitarians are my enemy on that doctrine sort of thing, because I'm a Trinitarian. But the issue is people need to realize that Dean Burgon was not a friend of the Textus Receptus, and the majority text people are not friendly to the TR. And so even though they're only changing 2% of the text, I don't want any of the text changed. Critical text guys go way overboard and change 6% of the text. I don't want that. I don't want any change. And so I think the majority text is just sort of like critical text light in a sense. We've got a whole bunch of people who have just joined and loving this topic. Follow True to LJ was in early. Wayne on Wheels is saying, howdy, everyone. Hey, Wayne. I sometimes say things that are wrong, not something I mean to type out, but it does happen. Happens to me all the time. Emryo says, g'day, mate, expecting to be enlightened. Who are the most learned scholars that opposed Richard Simon at the time of his critique of Jerome? Well, we're about to find all that out. Dwayne Green is saying, hey, yo. And everyone is just high-fiving. Everyday Man of God Ministries is in the house. Pastor Brett is in the house. Your favorite enemy is here. No, we'd say you're a frenemy. We're friends, but we have different opinions. And so what's funny is, in some camps, you can be, say like the King James, but then you're not a independent fundamental Baptist, so you don't fit in with some of the doctrines, and you're basically just completely overridden, and people will just, say you're a devil. But then in other camps, you're like a pre-trib guy, so everyone likes you, but then you're a King James guy, so they hate you. And yeah, it's so weird, these groupings. But I guess, we all have our affiliations. So yeah, I've written that article on the Dean Burgon issue. Now, I'm going to just go through this. So the argument against Jerome has collapsed. Okay, in 1868, the arguments that were made previously about Jerome, that Jerome's Prologue is a fake, a forgery, that Jerome's Prologue could not have possibly been written by him, and that it was a 9th century document. That was all completely overridden in 1868. So in 1868, when they looked at Codex Valdensis, this was dated to 546. So we're only looking at 120 years after Jerome. So a lot of the argumentation against Jerome was, well, Jerome is using a whole bunch of Latin words. Well, not really a whole bunch, but he's using certain Latin words that weren't from his time period. But then we're looking at a document that's only 120 years later, and that doesn't make sense. And since then, we've found quite a lot of information showing that the words that people were saying were used, like canonical, these were used by other people around the time of Jerome as well. So I don't think a lot of people realize this and know this. Every time I've talked to someone about Jerome's Prologue, people bring up redundant arguments. Okay. And so I guess it's a bit like, when they discovered the Americas, when Europeans discovered the Americas, you could no longer say, well, you head in that direction and you'll just hit India sort of thing, or you hit China. There's a massive landmass in between. And so if you have new information, you have to deal with that. A lot of people don't have the information that's come about from 1868. So this is old. This is like 150-year-old information, and people have not adjusted their story according to the facts that are there. But let's look at Richard Simon. So for hundreds of years, critics were attacking Jerome's Prologue. Okay, they thought it was written in the 9th century, but then they were to discover that it was actually written 250 years earlier. So it changed everything, and all their argumentation just went up in smoke. And so this document accused corrupt translators of removing the comma. So here we have in history someone who is very reliable. Jerome is very reliable. And he is saying that corrupt or unfaithful translators are removing the comma. So from my estimation, he wrote this in 382. Okay. So here we have someone who's a main hitter in the early church. He turns around and says in 382 that unfaithful translators from Greek into Latin are omitting this. Okay. And when you read Erasmus's annotations, when he put the comma in, he talks about Jerome and says Jerome mentions this. And he said, the only thing I can't really understand about Jerome is what we see today is it's in pretty much all of the Latin. And so Erasmus knew that. It's the same as today. 95% of the Latin documents have it. Okay. And Latin was the most popular language in Europe. So it was everywhere in Latin. It was everywhere in Europe. But what we see is in the Greek, in Jerome's time, it was in the Greek. Okay. And he was saying unfaithful translators are bringing it across into Latin, and they're omitting the words the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost. So the comma, they're omitting that. He's saying unfaithful translators are doing this. Okay. And so what Jerome basically became was like a stop sign for all the translators from then on, and even just copyists of Latin texts, that he was basically saying, be faithful and include these words. But what happened in the Greek? So once people realized that a heavy hitter like Jerome has made this comment, and we see this, we see in some Latin manuscripts it's out, and some of it's in. And so Jerome was 100% correct about this. But what Erasmus was shocked at, he said, but today we see it's out of most of the Greek. What's happened there? So what's happened is there's been attack in the Latin and in the Greek. But fortunately, in the Latin, Jerome was able to stop that from being completely corrupted. But what we see in the Greek, there's only a small amount of manuscripts that have that reading. And so, but what is amazing is Jerome said that it's in the Greek in 382. Okay. And he said it's actually a problem from getting it from Greek to Latin, that unfaithful translators are leaving those words out. So he saw it. So inadvertently, he's saying it's in the Greek of his day. So when people say, oh, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, well, they're this old and that old, you know, I mean, I've gone through a whole bunch of material through the week looking at the work of Nehemiah Gordon, who went to the Vatican Library. He's been on this channel. He went to the Vatican Library and he tested the amulets that are the dots next to a lot of textual variants in Vaticanus. And I was looking at the whole concept of has he actually tested the meaning inadvertently because he had to compare things. And so it's a very interesting topic, and I'm going through a whole bunch of scientific journals and looking at stuff and trying to understand it. But what's interesting is that if you see Vaticanus and Sinaiticus as that old, now I've got my doubts, but I think we're all going by faith there. We should really test these things because you can test the ink, how much iron is in it, how much soot is in it, how much metal is in it, you know, all this type of thing. We should test those, really. They're very important documents. And I think if we do test them, we'll be shocked at the results. But we see someone around that time, St. Jerome, in 382, saying that the comma is in the Greek. He's saying it's in the Latin, but some people are unfaithful people and they're removing it from the Latin texts. And he's saying we need to be faithful and keep it in. And so this just explains everything. But then Erasmus in 1522 in his annotations, he's looking back at Jerome's work and saying, okay, he's done a good job, but we want to tidy some things up here because there have been corruptions come into the text and all sorts of things. But he knew this prologue because, you know, obviously being a Latin scholar, probably the world leading Latin scholar at the time, he would have read this prologue as a kid. Like he was a scribe. He was a Latin scribe. Augustinian monks, they used to copy manuscripts. And so he would have known this issue. It's not like it was a big shock to Erasmus. So Erasmus wasn't against the comma, okay, in his first two editions. He just didn't have the Greek to back it up because it had been so attacked in the Greek. So, but to the Europeans, they were just happy with their Latin and all the rest of it. And he's looking at places and saying, hey, we need to re-tidy up our Bible, our Latin Bible, because, you know, some things have been, you know, he said some drunken scribes have written certain things over the years. Some things have been dropped out by mistake, but we need to tidy all this up. But he didn't put any reading in that he couldn't back up with Greek manuscript evidence, okay? The only time he ever did that was in Revelation, right at the end. He said a few words, not 136 or 6 complete verses. That's a myth. He said a few words were amended and changed. And he said he spotted homoioteliaton, which is similar endings, in Revelation 22:19. And so he amended that and he fixed it. He back translated from the Latin, and he said when the people from the Aldine press see this, if they could get that amended to their manuscripts of Revelation in Greek that they had, because he'd worked with them. He worked with Aldous for 7 months as a proofreader. He knew those guys, and so he knew they had manuscripts of Revelation. And he said, I just filled it in from the Latin. This is the only place I've done it. But now we hear this story that Erasmus just back translated everywhere. It's just a lie. It's a myth. Just another anecdote about Erasmus that people ignorantly say. And so Erasmus was looking at Jerome's prologue, and he was convinced that that was true, but he just needed that manuscript evidence. So he had Codex Britannicus. Okay, now Codex Britannicus is different to what they claim today. If you ask 99.999, probably 100% of critical text scholars, and say, which manuscript did Erasmus use to put 1 John 5:7 in? They'll say Codex Montfortianus. But when you read Erasmus's annotations, it reads different to Codex Montfortianus. It was only later on when Franz Delitzsch in about 1860, he proclaimed that he'd found this manuscript that Erasmus used. And he said it was, he said this was definitely it, and it had 6 complete verses missing. And so that's the story today. Well, actually, I'm getting 2 stories mixed up. I've got so much, I've got about 40 pages open. I've got so much to talk about, and I'm really excited. And now I'm rabbit trailing already. Okay, yes. So let's talk about the last 6 verses. So the last 6 verses, that manuscript, Franz Delitzsch said that he had this manuscript, and it is the one that Erasmus used. Now I'm talking about Codex Britannicus and Codex Montfortianus with 1 John 5:7. So that manuscript was later proclaimed, just like this other one was by Franz Delitzsch. That's where I was going. That was proclaimed to be the one that Erasmus used. But when you look at Erasmus's annotations, it's different. Okay. So Erasmus wrote it out. And even to the point where people say, oh, Erasmus just made a mistake. No, he was very meticulous, and he puts those words in there very carefully. He has verse 7 and verse 8 written out, and it doesn't match. So obviously it's not the one he used. So this is huge, because it shows you the massive deception that's happened, where 100% of critical text advocates, and probably I would say 99% of TR people would rebuke me and say, hey, you're wrong. Where all you have to do is look at the original documents, look at the facts and the stats and the figures, and you're like, it doesn't add up. So it doesn't add up at Revelation 22:19. It doesn't add up at 1 John 5:7 either. These are cases where people have said these manuscripts are something else, and this has just been popularized. So I'm just going to have a sip of water and a big cough. Okay, that's better. I'll just catch up with these comments because I don't want to lose you guys and leave you all behind. Hey, Dwayne, Stephen. Okay, so everyone's just saying hello. I'll skip over that. Wayne and Will says, I need to talk to someone about the different Baptists sometimes. I'm starting to visit a few, and I'm fastly learning that Baptist is not all the same. Yes, definitely. Here in our town, the Baptists were doing the Toronto blessing and praying for people, and they're laughing and falling over and shaking. It was quite amazing. Pastor Brett by Faith says, the comma belongs in the text. It was here long before the critical text. The burden of proof is on the critical text. Yes, absolutely. 382 is not that long even. Yeah, and so I guess if people are saying, hey, Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, they override everything. Well, here we have 382. This is like around that time. And Jerome's saying, hey, the Greek has it in it. So proving that Jerome's prologue is genuine. Now, what they're trying to do now, because they can't prove that Jerome's prologue is a forgery like they've claimed for 300 years, because Richard Simon had popularized this, now they're trying to say that Jerome's a lot of the New Testament was not written by Jerome at all. So it's a bit like a Bart Ehrman type of skepticism where it's like, I don't even think Jerome wrote any of that, And he mentions, I think it's 5 times that he wrote the entire New Testament, but you can't trust Jerome's own words, can you? So this is the hyper skepticism that we see. You see a tiny little crack in the door, and then, someone like Richard Simon will say, oh, you can't trust this verse, that verse, or whatever. And then you just go a few hundred years later and people are saying, well, you can't trust the Bible at all. The Bible's just rubbish, Pastor Brett by Faith says Latin was the lingua franca of the world. Yes. And so here we have the comma known by the vast majority of the church. And lots of Greek people knew it too. We've found a lot of commentaries with the comma in it. The Donation Constantine that was proven to be a forgery, that had the comma in it. Now, why would they write to the Greek church and have a comma in there with a forgery? It's because they would have seen, like, if you're going to have, fake a $100 bill, you're going to put genuine pictures. You're going to put Benjamin Franklin on there, aren't you? You're not going to put someone else. So they put the comma in there, and it was later proven to be a forgery. But it's like, well, why did they put the comma in there? And everyone thought it was genuine up until Lorenzo Valla proved it was a fake. So it's quite interesting. Pastor Brett says the Hebrew people had a Hebrew text. Then Greek becomes the lingua franca, and the Bible is translated to Greek. Then Latin becomes the lingua franca, and Jerome did his work. Yes. And definitely the comma is in the text. I think thanks to Jerome, he stopped that corruption. So I guess it's a bit like me today saying, oh, modern versions are taking out the comma. And then if I got popular and people were like, oh, let's listen to Nick, and all the English Bibles from now on kept the comma in, that's sort of what Jerome did. He actually stopped a Westcott and Hort style corruption coming into the Latin. But in the Greek, it didn't survive that well. It's only like in a couple of percentage of the manuscripts. And so that's why we go to the Latin. That's why we're looking at all these things, because the more that we examine these Greek manuscripts, we're like, well, this was definitely attacked here. And Jerome said clearly it is in the Greek of his day. For each epoch of time, the lingua franca had its own translation. German brought Luther into the game. Yes, and what's interesting is the 10 translations before Luther in German had the comma. Luther took it out because of Erasmus, but then later on, the Lutherans adopted it back into the Luther text, which is quite interesting. Cider Spice says, I thank God Bible was translated into English in 1611. Yes, very accurate to the TR. I would say 100% accurate to the TR. Pastor Brett says, Aramaic did not exist in biblical times. It was known as Chaldean. It was the language of Abraham. Ancient Hebrew script was a script of the Bronze Age. The KJV is the most trustworthy English text we possess. Yes, I agree with that. Everyday Man of God Ministries had supper and a snack, and now he's preparing for a 5-hour show. Whoa, that is a long time. Pastor Brett says you either trust it all, you trust none of it. Tribe with Fire says, now the chief priests and the elders and all the council sought false witness against Jesus to put him to death, but found none. Yea, though many false witnesses came, yet they found none. And it's continued. It says, verse 60, at the last came 2 false witnesses. Matthew 26, 59 to 60. Does anyone else see any correlation to 2 false witnesses? Very good. Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Effective nutrition's in the house. Skipping over all the niceties here. Embryo says, I can tell that you have so much information to share and it feels overwhelming. I'm following your historical layout. Try to stay on track. I'll try. Effective Nutrition says, I wish I could get James Snapp to answer me on what was his defense that Sinaiticus was influenced by demons bringing back ancient languages, Simonides would be a good tool to use for them. And Pastor Brett says, the lingua franca of the world is English. Why would you look for any other language? And so, okay, so we're going to look at this. The most overlooked piece of evidence is the prologue. Okay, so we're still looking at that. And we're looking at what Richard Simon said about the prologue and things that he popularized that are false and have been completely debunked. So this story gets really weird. Okay, so you could make a movie on this. Seriously, you can make a movie on the comma. Like, you'd probably have to do like a Netflix, like, 5 seasons series, just on the comma. There's so much information. So a lot of people skip over this material. So this is not just whether the comma is proven by the prologue of Jerome. We've already proven that. It's not just about whether Jerome actually definitely wrote the prologue. We've already proven that. But let's look at the basics. And so how did the argument against it change when new evidence was discovered? Because new evidence was discovered, and for centuries, critics have been attacking a phantom, or that they've been using phantom arguments. I shouldn't say attacking a phantom, but they're using phantom arguments for the attack against the prologue. Things that just shouldn't exist anymore. It's like saying I can just go in a boat from England all the way over to China and there's no land in between. It's like, well, Christopher Columbus, sort of thing. It's like, hey, this has been debunked. You got to get with the program. But a lot of people don't like these facts to get in the way of their lovely stories. And so the original attack, for hundreds of years, opponents of the Johannine Comma argue that the Vulgate prologue was a late forgery. Okay, so they said it was a forgery. Richard Simon popularized that. Some said it was the 8th century, some said it was 9th century. So you got people like Richard Pawson. Other people were influenced by this. Even people like Scrivener. A lot of people around Westcott and Hort's era were influenced by this, but then new information came, but they didn't change their view. You know how hard it is, like, to convince someone that something like global warming is not a reality. Yes, the planet gets hotter and colder due to solar flares usually, because when you have a solar flare, the ocean releases CO2, not all the pollution, But CO2 is stored by the ocean. The colder it gets, the more it stores. The hotter it gets, the more it releases. So it's sort of circular reasoning to say that, CO2 makes the Earth hotter. It's a result of solar flares. And so that's my opinion anyway. I think it's been proven for, since the 90s, I've known that. And I've watched this whole movement sort of come, and a lot of people are moving away from it now. But I've just been watching it. I watched Al Gore's Inconvenient Truth. And it's like watching the prologue issue. For like hundreds of years, people believed that the prologue was a fake on false evidence. And now from 1868, that has been completely and utterly 100% debunked. Okay. So what does the prologue say? Okay, so the prologue contains one of the most explosive statements in the entire discussion. It complains that translators had failed to faithfully render 1 John 5:7. And it specifically says that in 1 John 5, they left out the testimony of the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, and instead preserving only the water, the blood, and the Spirit. This is exactly what we see today. And so is Jerome wrong? No, this is 100% true. That the Father, the Word, and the Spirit were being attacked in the Latin, So we're just talking about the Latin for the moment. And the spirit, water, and blood, or water, blood, and spirit, and he's got it in a certain order. That is being left, but the comma, in a sense, of the Father, Word, and Spirit is being chopped out by unfaithful translators. Inadvertently, this is saying it's in the Greek, and when they're translating it from the Greek into Latin, they're being unfaithful and they're purposely not translating it across. So Jerome accuses translators of serious error. So this is why the prologue is so important. And so Jerome died around 420. And so that pushes the discussion centuries earlier. Okay, when we understand that Jerome wrote this, now he said that he had written the New Testament portions about 382 or 384. Okay, so very early attestation for the comma in Latin and in Greek, and a reason why there's an attack here. So he was dealing with exactly the same issues that we are dealing with today, an attack on the comma, but he stopped that leaking out of the Latin. But there wasn't a Jerome type of character for the Greek. Now, the Greeks had a lot of problems. They denied the book of Revelation was canonical. They also adopted lots of apocryphal works where Jerome actually put asterisks next to all the apocryphal works, showing that these did not appear in the Hebrew. And so where the Greek church was swayed to think that these were part of their canon, they also went with the Septuagint, where Jerome went with the Hebrew. They went with the Septuagint, and which has a lot of errors. And so historically, the Greek church, while having the original language that the Bible was written in, some of their text is like with the Old Testament LXX, they got problems there, but they say, oh, that's better than the Hebrew. They've got the Apocrypha, they're adding these things. And so to think that in the New Testament, there wasn't something that could have been changed or morphed, or, that there wasn't a problem there, I think it's wishful thinking, and that's why experts on these issues like Erasmus, Stephanus, Theodore Beza, the King James translators, they looked at all this. They could read the Latin, they could read the Greek, they could look at these issues and go, yeah, well, this is what's happened. They knew early church writings, they knew the history of the church, and they would have known about this issue of Jerome's prologue like 100 times more than how I'm explaining it. That they would have just grown up knowing this sort of stuff in school because they were very, very well trained. And so in the 19th century, they began to study Codex Valdensis, the manuscript made by Victor of Capua around 546. They found the prologue inside, not 9th or 8th century, dated to 546, only 120 years after Jerome. So this whole concept of the late forgery argument just disappeared. Critics had spent generations claiming that the prologue appeared in the 9th century and was a forgery. Okay. And so here it is sitting in 546. So this is a problem for the critics because they've got a good story. They want to get rid of the comma. Unitarians hate this. Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, I actually did an article this morning on my website. Let me grab it. And I wrote about why Charles Taze Russell wanted to get rid of this verse. Now, I'll just throw this up. Okay, it's my lovely new website here. And I'm going to get a few other pages cracked open. Or maybe I can just open them here. So Dean Burgon, Johannine Comma and Charles Taze Russell. Let's crack that open. And also the Johannine Comma and Angelo Mai. and also Codex Sangalensis. I'm just going to look at these now. I know this is sort of random, but this is just going through this trail. I'm like, oh, Jehovah's Witnesses, what did they say? So I quickly made an article about it. Charles Taze Russell of the Jehovah's Witnesses said of the comma, listen to this very carefully, this is why he doesn't like the comma. The only text in Scripture which was ever claimed to prove or affirm the Father, Son, and Spirit are one is a portion of 1 John 5:7-8. This appears only in manuscripts written since the 5th century and is acknowledged by all Trinitarians to be a forgery. So at least he's admitting the earliness of it. It's acknowledged by all Trinitarians to be a forgery. So undisputable is this that the translators of the Revised Version, so Westcott and Hort, the Jehovah's Witnesses love Westcott and Hort. That's one of the first things they learn about. New converts, Jehovah's Witness new converts, know about Westcott and Hort. And I remember hearing, who was it? It was David Cloud, who's done a lot of really good work on TR issues. He said when he went to visit Codex Sinaiticus in the British Museum, there was a bus there, and he asked, who are these people? And the guy there said, oh, these are the Jehovah's Witnesses. They've come to see Codex Sinaiticus. That's like a pilgrimage to them. Here's a text with a whole bunch of Trinitarian verses that are changed. So the Bible that was massively Trinitarian, all of a sudden Unitarians like George Van Smith, who worked with Westcott and Hort, Ezra Abbott, Thayer, a whole bunch of people who were Unitarians, they're like, no, this verse should be out. Westcott and Hort go, yep, that should be out. Burgon doesn't like it. Scrivener doesn't like it. They're just like, let's get rid of it. And that's what happens. And the Jehovah's Witnesses are so glad about this. So the Revised Version recently published omit the clause without note or comment, though those revisers were themselves believers in the Trinity. So, what a strange thing. Like some other doctrines received by Protestants through papacy, this one is received and fully endorsed, though its adherents are aware that not a word of Scripture can be adduced for its support. Nay, more, anyone who will not affirm this unscriptural doctrine as his faith is declared by the action of the Evangelical Alliance to be unorthodox, a heretic. So it's Charles Taze Russell in 1882, a year after the Revised Version. So very amazing there. And so I just did that article this morning. I did this article this morning as well. Let's read about Angelo Mai. So he was a person who was very interested in Vaticanus. So listen to what he has to say. This is the Catholics saying this. Moreover, the very ancient Vatican Codex reproduced in this edition. So this is the Codex Vaticanus. Sorry, the very ancient. I think I said recent. Moreover, the very ancient Vatican Codex reproduced in this edition reads only, for there are three that bear witness, the Spirit, the water, and the blood, and these three are one. Thus, the celebrated Johannine testimony concerning the three divine persons is lacking, a fact long known to textual critics. Yet there exists a Greek Vatican manuscript, though not especially ancient, that contains this testimony. So he's saying in the Vatican, there's a manuscript that has 1 John 5:7, Father, Word, and Spirit in it, which Latin manuscripts have generally preserved with great care, and that's because of Jerome. He said, hey, if unfaithful translators are taking it out of the Latin, keep it in there, and they did. And the Catholics adopted the Latin text. Latin isn't evil. Just because the Catholics said, hey, we're only going with the Latin, that doesn't make it evil. If they only went with the Greek, that wouldn't make the Greek evil either. There's issues in Greek and in Latin, but these were ironed out by the Reformers. Among these Latin witnesses, the oldest is the manuscript of the monastery of Cava. I guess that's the La Cava Bible of the 9th or 8th century. And so this is 1584. So this is like 10 years before they really looked at Fuldensis and all all the myth around the prologue disappeared. Near Salero, a highly accurate copy of which was placed at the Vatican Library at my recommendation in recent years. So he was like the Vatican Library guy. He was restoring old manuscripts and stuff like that. I do not argue here for the authenticity of the Johannine Comma. So he's actually not against the comma, but he's saying, I'm not going to argue for it here. He says, since biblical scholars have long presented every argument in favor of its genuineness. So he's actually saying it's genuine. I'm just not going to deal with it here. Other people have already done a lot of work on that. He says, in any case, we do not depend upon the testimony of disciples, for the words of the Master himself are sufficient, baptized in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. So that's just his take. It's like, well, we don't even have to just trust in John. We can trust in what Jesus said himself, so that's just his own little take. But he was saying it's genuine. So this is a guy who basically said that Vaticanus is very important, but he was still a comma advocate in the Roman Catholic Church. So I thought that was interesting. So that's why I put that information there. Now, I was looking the other day, and maybe I can look at my contributions here and find where, yes, I do remember putting it into this article. So I may as well go straight there. And we'll look for Roman Catholics. So this is what happened in the Roman Catholic Church with the comma. So on January the 13th, 1897, the Holy Office, now known as the Dicastery of the Doctrine of Faith, issued a decree to the question whether it can be safely denied or at least called into doubt that the text of St. John in the first epistle, chapter 5, verse 7, is authentic, which read as follows, and there are three that give testimony in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. The response was given on January 13th, 1897 in the negative. And so it says here, at this point, the faithful could not deny or cast into doubt, so that the Catholics, they couldn't deny or cast into doubt that the text of the Johannine Comma belonged in the first letter of John. Okay. 30 years later, on June the 2nd, 1927, the same office reversed this decree. So the Catholics said, we shouldn't call it into question. 1 John 5:7, yes, it's there, because they were following the Latin. But then they got convinced of the Westcott and Hort type of stuff. And it says, at this point, the faithful could not, actually, I just read that. It says this decree, so this is what they said 30 years later, was passed to check the audacity of private teachers who attributed to themselves the right either of rejecting entirely the authenticity of the Johannine Comma, or at least calling it into question by their own final judgment. So people like Richard Simon had done this, many other Catholics had said it's fake. But it was not meant at all to prevent Catholic writers from investigating the subject more fully. And after weighing the arguments accurately on both sides, with that and temperance, which the gravity of the subject requires, from inclining towards an opinion in opposition to its authenticity, provided they professed that they were ready to abide by the judgment of the church, got to have the magisterium there, to which the duty was delegated by Jesus Christ, not only of interpreting the Holy Scripture, but also of guarding it faithfully. So Catholic writers were then allowed to express their opposition to the authenticity of the Johannine Comma, provided that it would abide by any future judgment of the church on the matter. So, the Catholic Church, 1 minute you're damned, you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't. It's probably where they get that saying from. You have to believe that Mary's a perpetual virgin, but popes actually wrote against that. And so I guess they're damned because you're anathema if you don't believe this sort of stuff. But this is talking about 1 John 5:7. So that future judgment came in 1979 with the promulgation of the Nova Vulgata, the New Vulgate, by St. John Paul II, the one who had witch doctors in the Vatican and the Dalai Lama and said, we're all worshipping the same God. It says here, the old text of the Vulgate edition was taken into consideration word for word. Namely, whenever the original texts are accurately rendered, such as they are found in modern critical editions. So this is that with the help of Bruce Metzger and Carlo Martini and other people, who were working on these critical editions in Greek. But this has convinced them to abandon the Latin. It says, however, the text was prudently improved. Whether it departs from them or interprets them less correctly. For this reason, Christian biblical Latinity was used so that it was a just evaluation of tradition. So a just evaluation of tradition might be properly combined with the legitimate demands of critical science prevailing in these times. So that was St. John Paul II. In the promulgation of the Nova Vulgata, the Church ruled, at least implicitly, that the Johannine Comma, by removing it from the text. So in their edition that they're saying, hey, this is the new thing, they've removed it. Isn't that amazing? Even though it appears in 95% of the Latin, the Catholics got rid of it. Isn't it amazing? It makes you wonder. The Roman Catholics just seem like a bit of a chameleon. They just sort of, a new fad comes along. Like, notice they're not just murdering everyone like the Jesuits used to. They're not burning people at the stake and all this sort of stuff. There's no Spanish Inquisition knocking at your door and finding out that you learnt the Lord's Prayer by yourself or anything like that. But, they're all friendly now and into education. It's so weird. It's like the Mormons, 30 years ago, you could talk to a Mormon and you could put them in a certain box and argue. But now they're all like woke. And it's like, it's just so weird. But that's what cults do. Cults just, they rarely sort of just stay the same. But then again, I guess I shouldn't label all cults like that. Jehovah's Witnesses, but I guess they've stopped prophesying the end of the world. I think they learned after 10 false prophecies. It's 1975. It was maybe we should just stop doing this, But anyway, so I thought that was interesting. Roman Catholics, that's how it came out of the Roman Catholic Bible. So that was an article I worked on yesterday. And I also worked on this article, Codex Sangalensis 63. So this actually has, now I've got some nice pretty pictures for you to look at if you want to look at the screen. So I'll just crack these open, these 4 pictures that I've got. Now, one thing, when people say, there's no manuscript evidence for Revelation 16:5, and I'm like, well, what about the commentary of Beatus of Libana? Okay, or Hamo Halberstadensis. Let's say Beatus of Libana, I found 35 manuscripts that had the future reading of shalt be in it with Revelation 16:5. And so that's 35 witnesses in Latin for the Revelation 16:5 reading. When people say, there's no manuscript evidence, and they don't even look at Latin or anything, Bruce Metzger, Bart Ehrman, people who have been at the top of the academy, for a conjectural emendation, if it appears in Latin, that's not a conjectural emendation. Now, for some other people, their criteria is it's got to appear in the Greek. And so that's where Theodore Beza comes in and says, hey, I found it in the Greek. Here it is. And that's why he didn't change it until he found it in the Greek. Okay. And he said an old faithful manuscript has this reading and I'm putting it in. But what we see here, we can clearly say that Codex Sangalensis has the Comma Johannine twice. Okay. Now, in the main text, as Jerome said, unfaithful translators have dropped it out. So it just has here agua, sanguine, and spiritual, sort of like Holy Spirit there. So it's got the water, the blood, and the spirit. But notice it has a dot here. And if you go down the bottom, it's got the Comma Johannine. And it says there are three, and it says that bear record, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Spirit, and these three are one. And so it does have the comma. And notice, I'll zoom this in so I have a nicer picture here. Here we are. So this is the footnote. Now, look closely at it. It is, actually, I might even get this up so you can see that it has similarities with the text, okay? And so the text here, now I did write down what the text was. It is written in maybe I might have to go to a different article for that. Here we are, Johannine Comma in this one. Same sort of info, but I know I put the Carolingian minuscule script. So this is this type of one where the S's look like F's, and it's just written like this. This is just exactly how you'll see it. But this is very much the same as elsewhere. And so if you look at the text, if you look at this, people say it's written in a darker ink. Now, I'm going to study this manuscript more and more, but for my evaluation, what you see the darker ink. Whenever they've dipped into the inkwell and started a new letter, it seems to be darker. Now, my take is that these inks, they had metallic properties in them, and they use soot in them as well. And if we look at, I'll click on this Carolingian minuscule type, and so it's a type of script. But what they used to use was like an iron gall type of ink. So, because I was looking at Vaticanus was written in this, and a lot of manuscripts are written in this type of ink. And so it had a certain amount of iron in it. So you would have to keep mixing the ink, or else the metal would sink to the bottom. There are certain metals in certain products. I guess it's like using a tin of paint that has certain properties in it that you have to just keep stirring, like a 2-pack or something like that. And when they dipped into it, it would create dark little spots. Okay, so and what we see, this here is written in very small script, so it's almost half the size. And because it's half the size, he's using a lot more ink, and it's actually seems like it's the exact same ink. Now, what I'll do is I'll actually go to the Wikipedia page. Maybe I can go to the actual manuscript. Now, we're going to do this. Who was it, that guy who said, we're going to do it live. We're going to do it live. And he lost it. We're going to look at this actual manuscript. We're going to do it live. Bill something, famous guy. Okay, so look at, say, like this F here. Okay, how dark that is. Now, it does seem like he's dipped. He's gone along here, but he's actually sort of overwritten it. He's done this R. It seems like that is nice and like, see how dark these things are there. It just seems like if he has re-dipped in, he's getting a nice dark dot. Okay, in some places maybe he's overwritten it slightly, gone back over some stuff. But when you look, so you can see how this here is about half the size. But look at the S's. So that's Spiritus Sanctus. Okay, so it's got the S, P, S with the nomina sacra line, and the Sanctus SCS with the nomina sacra line. Now look at that S there. Exactly the same writing. So people, what I've realized, people with this manuscript have said a later scribe came along and wrote this in. And when you read a later scribe and you're not looking at it, you think, well, someone later on, they did this, maybe what, 50 years ago, 50 years later, 500 years later, it's just someone later on, but clearly it's written in the same type of script. And when you look at this ink, This ink here is not as dark as the rest, and it's matching with here. And you could clearly see that if you're writing in a small little area, you're going to use a lot of ink for just one letter, where here he's used to using doing like quite big letters and maybe dipping it once and doing that, dipping it again, doing that one, where here he's dipped it and it's very thick. Okay, so to me it seems like the same type of ink, and that's why I'm saying, hey, we should really test all these things, because maybe that's actually from the same scriptorium. Maybe this was written by someone who's not that theologically savvy, but they are just copying, you know, they're just a scribe, they're just going through it. Then someone's gone, hey, hang on, you've been copying a manuscript that has 1 John 5:7 taken out here. Now, what's amazing, okay, so I just noticed Dwayne Green is saying definitely a different scribe. Okay, so let's look at that, saying you can see that difference of the U. So here's testimonium, and that's the same U. It's half the size. I'm not sure why that would be considered a different U. It has the two little things at the top. That has the two little things at the top. It has the tail, Now, if you're writing in a smaller font, testimonium, let's look at some other letters. Oh, the U is much wide. Yeah, well, as I was saying, this is written in half the size because it's a footnote. Okay, the U is much wider. Yes, so yeah, obviously, if you're writing in half the size, it's going to be. But you know, I've already sort of pointed that out, that this is not written. So see, that's what I'm saying. This is a marginal footnote, but what I'm saying, it's in, like, when you read the Wikipedia page, it's like, oh, it's in a later hand. Now, obviously, some of the Greek manuscripts, they have verse 7, and, you know, it's written there. Someone's written it in, like, you know, the 1800s or 1900s. But here, I would say this is probably very similar. When you look at the ink here, it's very similar. When you look at how it's small, that would explain why it's so dark, because you're not using as much ink. It's more compact, and to me, those letters match up. And so, like, say, look at the ampersand here. It's identical, but it's just smaller. And so I guess it's like with our writing, you know, we're writing and then we write a footnote and it's smaller. Obviously, letters are going to be slightly different when they're smaller, but there's so much similarity here that you can't ignore that. The S's are absolutely the same. The S's here, we've got 4 S's here in a row, and we see this S here is the same. Look at the T in sunt here. The N, yes, it's smaller because it's a footnote, but okay, saying that there's squiggly lines for the nomina sacra. Well, I guess if you're looking at someone, and as I said, I didn't say this is exactly the same scribe. I'm just saying this is probably from the same era or probably from the same scriptorium. And so, I mean, I'm looking at these and seeing, you know, similarities and going, okay, well, like I don't think that, like, regardless, you would say that this is written in that type of font. Let me just go down to here. Oops, this one. So it's written in the Carolingian minuscule script. Okay, so you would have to agree, Dwayne, that's the Carolingian minuscule script. Okay, that, like, now here we see, because it's smaller, perhaps the detail of the nomina sacra line can't be as detailed as something bigger or twice the size like this. So let's look at some of the similar wording here. So we see okay, where would it say there are three? Okay, it's hard to read that. Nomina aqua solum, aqua sanguine. Okay, so we do have the word spirit here. Spiritus, okay, spiritus. Now we're looking at the same word here. To me, it's this very similar writing, but it is, one is just bigger. And so, but I'll go through these comments in a minute, but that's just one part I thought I'd show you. So the Comma Johanneum appears here in the same type of writing. So everyone would have to agree that it is in the same type of script. Okay, I don't know anyone who would disagree with that, even contras. And so here we see it nice and close. You can look on my website. It's a beautiful thing. Okay, so here we see Jerome's Prologue. So I looked this up, and this is in the same manuscript. And this is probably, I think it's like about 30 pages before. So this is one of the reasons why I'm saying that Jerome wrote this prologue. So people are writing this down, scribes. Perhaps they're not reading through every prologue. Like if I wrote the prologue to Jeremiah down, I wouldn't remember if I got to chapter 25 to add something, But maybe they did know about it. Maybe they didn't. But I'm just saying that scribes wrote this. And then they had to go through the 7 canonical letters. So they went through James, 2 letters of Peter. They went through 1 John, 2 John, 3 John, and Jude. They went through this type of thing. And so by the time they got to the end of 1 John, what was written here mightn't have been on their mind. So that's my own theory on why sometimes it's in here, but it's not in the actual text. And so, but here we see the words of Jerome, Patris, Verbi, and it has a Q there, which is interesting. And it's like an ampersand sort of thing, spiritus, testimony. So this is, they are, so it basically says here, they are omitting the Father, the Word, and the Spirit testimony, and it says omitentes, which is they're omitting that. Okay, and it has here 5 with a line above it, which is interesting because that would be chapter 5, which is quite interesting because here it's talking about James, Peter, 2 John. So 1st, 2nd John, and 3rd, and Jude. So it's talking about these letters, which is an interesting reference to the canonical order. It's exactly the same order that we have in the King James here. And then we have this whole lengthy thing basically saying unfaithful translators are bringing this across from the Greek, because it's in the Greek. They're bringing it across into the Latin unfaithfully, and they're omitting this testimony of the Father, Word, and the Spirit, and they're only putting in the water, the blood, and the Spirit. And so that's what they're doing there. And so, that's the Father, Word, and Spirit here. And you can see that same type of lettering here with the look how squiggly that nomina sacra is. It's probably way squigglier than the other ones we were looking at. Maybe it's a different scribe, but it's definitely the same type of writing. Actually, I was here. Yeah, these look pretty straight in comparison. Oh, there's a few big squiggly ones there. Look, there's a couple of straighties, but I guess, yeah, look at these. They're very sort of straight, but he did have a way to do it. But he's written that smaller, so it's pretty hard. I'm not even sure how big this manuscript is. Sometimes these manuscripts are only like, you can hold it in your hand sort of thing. Other times they're as big as a table. So I'm not sure how big this is. But anyway, I just thought that was of interest. That is something, I've just done an article on this yesterday, showing that the Comma Johanneum appears twice in that manuscript. And it's been a very interesting thing to look at those. Okay, so I'll catch up on the comments, seeing that we went through that. Pastor Brett by Faith, the lingua franca of the world is English. Why would anyone look for any other language? Embryo says, so the reason Jerome's prologue was deemed not credible was because the language he used wasn't present at the time of his supposed writing, but now it's been discovered that his language did exist. Well, it was actually discovered before Valdenses. So people were pointing out, hang on, you're making these arguments that it's a forgery, a 9th century forgery, St. Jerome's preface, because he used the word canonical, but then they found a whole bunch of people who used the word canonical. So that was actually debunked beforehand. But you know what it's like, people just don't like to listen to that. Why get in the way of a good story? Let's get rid of these pesky facts. And so once Valdenses was examined in 1868 and dated, it was like, oh yeah, it's only 120 years after Jerome. So yeah, it probably is Jerome. And basically after Richard Simon, everyone was saying, oh, it's a 9th century manuscript. So then it's been brought right back to 546. And all of the argumentation against it just vanished. It's just a nothing burger now. But a lot of scholars haven't gotten on board with those facts. Pastor Brett by Faith, Jerome's Latin Vulgate was the only Bible the world knew for 1,000 years. Yeah, a lot of people use the Latin Vulgate. With all the critical text talk, faith becomes a byword. If you say you have faith in the text, why would you change it? And Pastor Brett says, even the Byzantine text people trust more in their understanding than a completed, finished text. I think some Byzantine guys are actually using critical text methodology, because critical text methodology just use Vaticanus and Sinaiticus mostly. But using the same methodology, if you're including all the Byzantine texts, well, then you come to just a different conclusion. But I think the methodology is flawed in both instances. And that's why when people say, well, you've got to use that same methodology for the TR, so, well, that's not what Erasmus, Stephanus, Beza, King James guys you did. That it's a different methodology. Pastor Brett says it's a fraud. He says, I will debate anyone on the topic on the trustworthiness of Codex Sinaiticus. It's a fraud. And Embryo says, so in effect, Jerome's warning was ignored, and the manuscripts that didn't have the comma was seen as authentic. That's why we see a lack of 1 John 5:7 being quoted. Am I following? So we have two streams. So we have Greek and we have Latin. Erasmus was shocked that Jerome was saying it's in the Greek, but it's being taken out by unfaithful scribes when they translate it into the Latin. But Erasmus said, well, that's the opposite to what we see today. He said it's not in the Greek. And he said, I've got Codex Britannicus has it. A lot of people quoting it, but it's not in the Greek. It's fallen out of the Greek, but it's massively in the Latin now. So it's almost like what Jerome did was reverse that trend. So we do see that there are texts that have, like we just looked at one, it's taken out. And so I think if Jerome hadn't put his prologue there, it would have leaked out of the Latin tradition. But the Greek church didn't have a Jerome type of warning for that verse. So they just, when that verse was attacked in the Greek, because then obviously if Jerome says it's being attacked in the Latin, people aren't going to just stop at that. They're going to attack the Greek. Imagine they're trying to attack it in the Latin. It's like, look, that didn't work. Let's try the Greek. And they tried the Greek and it worked. So it's obvious that St. Jerome is saying that it's in the Greek in his day in 382, 384. It's dropping out of the Latin. He's saying, let's stop doing that. This is unfaithful scribal activity doing this. But what we see in the Greek, unfortunately, the Greeks, they doubted the book of Revelation was canonical. They added, Jerome even put asterisks next to all the apocryphal writings, saying that they were not in the Hebrew, where a lot of the Greek writings are like, they're intermingling with apocryphal works. Like I know the Catholics later on were, writing to the Apocrypha. And individually, it just sort of went, all over the place. But we're specifically looking at Jerome and the Greek church. The Greek church, they have the LXX. So Jerome knew to use the Hebrew, where the Greek church was like, no, the Greek is better than the Hebrew, this type of problem. And so to think that one verse could drop out like that in the Greek when they have lots of other problems elsewhere, I think that could have happened easily. And I think St. Jerome, he was instrumental in keeping it in the Latin stream, but the Greeks didn't have a St. Jerome there to keep it in. But even though I think that happened in the Greek, even just Jerome's testimony itself says it was in the Greek in his day. So that's a testimony for that, because you've got to translate it from something. And he clearly says he's using the Greek. And, but yeah, Erasmus marveled and he said it's sort of like swapped. It was falling out of the Latin according to St. Jerome, and it's in the Greek. But then by the time Erasmus comes, well, it's fallen out of the Greek. It's very slim there. And in the Latin, it's everywhere, So Pastor Brett says the Codex was done by the Roman Catholic Church and Islam. The monastery was found in, has been protected by Islam for over 1,000 years. Yes, St. Catherine's Monastery has a mosque in it, which is quite interesting, and a letter in that mosque saying that Muhammad promised to guard over St. Catherine's Monastery. Now, I think really that was written by monks who didn't want to get invaded, and they just said, well, Muhammad did this, and so the Muslims are like, well, we're not really sure if it's genuine or not, but let's not test God, sort of thing. And so they've left the place alone, and so that's why they have ancient documents there that are unharmed and all the rest of it. But yet there is a mosque in the middle there. Effective nutrition says these three are one, means they are one of the same mind. The former part of the verse supports this, as it says, three are in heaven. Okay. Everyday Man of God Ministry says, he's just saying nameless. Trial with Fire says Vaticanus is also a fraud and was more than likely forged by Cardinal Mai. Pastor Brett by Faith, Rome needed Sinaiticus as a second witness to Vaticanus. Okay. And he says here, I forgot to say he doctored it. Yeah, you get my meaning. And Erasmus said it was probably a more recent document and probably a back translation from a Latin text. And he knew manuscripts. He was a manuscript expert. Effective Nutrition says, if I were a Trinitarian, I would not want this verse in the Bible. Okay, I definitely want it in the Bible, and I'm a Trinitarian. Pastor Brett by Faith says, Islam still protects the monastery today. What is a so-called Christian church working with unbelievers? 2 Corinthians 6:14-18 is clear. Be ye not. Dwayne Green says it's definitely a different hand. You can see some differences in the U's. That U is much wider. That U is much wider. I don't know if it's later or not, but it looks like a different hand. It seems sloppier. Look at the nominal sacred lines are squiggly. So I think I covered most of that. I mean, I was looking at this. You'd have to agree there are a lot of similarities. It's definitely written in the same type of script. So you would assume that if it's written in that same type of script, it is from that same type of hand. And even some of the letters had exactly the same coloring as the main text. And so I'll just quickly jump back on there if I can find my page. I did have this page ready. Where is it? Okay. I'll go back to here and look at contributions. There we go. We'll just have another quick little look at it. Effective Nutrition says, Dwayne Green, I thought you had cemented yourself against the Johannine Comma. Have you returned to ambivalence on the matter? Dwayne says, no, I haven't cemented myself to its omission. Some of the nomina sacra lines in the text are smaller than the note. Yes, and so that's one of the first things I pointed out, that it's a small marginal note, you know. So, but maybe you're just pointing those out like I did. And so, yeah, we see it's about half the size. But when we look at it, actually, it was easier going to the website. So I can zoom right in. But yeah, when we look at, say, you know, this letter here, say the U, it's definitely the same type of look as here. So it's not actually a darker ink. It just seems like it's a fuller ink, because what we see is, like, say, this dot here is the same color. Now, I know we can't just go by color. We do have to XRF test these and to see, you know, how much iron is in there. But look at this. That is dark. That is dark. And so that's what I found when looking around at this document. It would be interesting to look at some other marginal features. I guess I can probably, you know, skip a page back. Maybe we can see some other features that are dark. Let's have a look. Okay, nothing really standing out there. Okay, but we can see that still, like, these lines are quite dark. And if you were writing small, it would be pooling up the ink into one little place instead of you writing broadly and it's spreading out as you would be normally used to. And so I'm not saying it's exactly the same scribe. I'm just saying it's probably from around the same era. That's really what my conclusion was. And so I think we would agree with that. Okay, so let's look at, like, this is very dark. Like, that's like, if that word was in the margin, people would say, oh, it's written in a different hand in a darker ink, but it's obviously in the same line. We see, like, the O is just normal, but the P and the S here is very dark. And look, it's actually quite big, you know. And so, yeah, I guess, anyway, I'm just you know, examining this, and so, yeah, I was looking here as well, because it has about the testimony of the witness of God is greater. I'm pretty sure that's what that says here. I was actually looking for a reference to the comma just in this information here, but I did keep going back until I found the prologue that is before James. And so Pastor Brett says, Pastor Dwayne is a closet KJVO. Dwayne is laughing at that. How you doing, D? Manuscript Caroline, I'm noticing that the last line on the right column goes slightly up, like the footnote goes slightly up. Okay, let's have a quick look. I shouldn't have shut this down before because I have shown it, and I was fascinated in this, and I spent quite a lot of time going through this document, and just what was written on, here we go, what was written on Wikipedia and other places was just like, well, it's written in by a later scribe. And I thought that's sort of it's a bit of a weasel word. We don't know if it's a later scribe. You like if someone's examining, say, Sinaiticus, and someone corrects it, yes, it might be a later scribe, or perhaps it's the same scribe, and he's like, well, I'm being faithful to the manuscript I'm copying, but I've just read the preface and it's got this, because he does in the preface have V, which is 5 with a line above it, which is number 5. And so these are, many of these places are numbered, and it's very interesting that would be written there. But it could be a later edition. People weren't sure about the amulets in Vaticanus until they were recently tested a couple of years ago by Nehemiah Gordon. Pastor Brett is flying. He's got to go. Good to see you, Pastor Brett. Peter Figg is in the house. Emryo says, there's a two-pronged attack on the authenticity. Discredit Jerome's prologue. The Latin and Greek didn't match. Could you please give us the link to that manuscript? Yes, here you go. And all that information is on my website. If you go to those pages, if I go back here a little bit, I can lead you to that info. I've gone too far. There you go. And and I sort of missed what you were saying before. I'll just get to that actual text. You said, I'm noticing that the last line on the right column goes slightly up, like the footnote goes slightly up. Okay. Yeah, it might be folded. Sometimes these pages are like, it's like a piece of cardboard, and it's just, it's like a piece of leather, and they can have bows in it. So it might be like that, but maybe it is sort of going up. Yeah, I see what you're saying. It does tend to go straight there, but then here it does tend to go up like a little bit. Actually, the whole side of that tends to sort of go up, but that might just be the way the manuscript sheet is sat there. Yeah, interesting. I could look at that all day. I'm just sitting here staring at it and going, oh, actually, I've got a whole bunch of people watching me. I'm doing a live stream. And so anyway, have fun with that. I have. Okay, so the new arguments, have basically shown that Jerome did write the prologue. Now, what's interesting is Eustochium, who it's the name of a lady. Eustochium, this lady, she wrote to Jerome and said, hey, can you do these 7 canonical letters? And in the preface, he writes and says, hey, I've done these, and he talks to Eustochium in his prologue. So here we have someone who's written to Jerome, Now, if this is a forgery, they would have to know Jerome's contacts, and there's nothing that discredits this issue. In fact, Eustochium's letter proves that she had asked Jerome to do this. And this is written in his prologue, like this is for Eustochium. So how did the forger know this, if it is a forgery, which has just been completely debunked? There's just so much against this. And so now we're going to look at Richard Simon. So let me just grab some of that material. I'll just close that down for a second, and let's get my main topic up here. All right, so we're at part 27. So the full Richard Simon section on the Vulgate Prologue. So this is from post 19. We will take a Hunwick section on the prologue and place it here and try to pull out the reasons, okay? So we're looking in depth at Richard Simon and the prologue. So this is in Critical History of the Text of the New Testament. You can go to this page that I'm reading. I'll put the info there. It says here, Erasmus appeared to display even less judgment. So this would be Richard Simon, who is the one who popularized the whole concept that Jerome didn't write. Okay, so Erasmus appears to display even less judgment by wildly criticizing St. Jerome as if the letter were responsible for the interpolation in Latin manuscripts. For there are three that bear witness in heaven, the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost, and these three are one. In this, he accuses Jerome of being far too rash and of showing vacillating judgment. If we accept what Erasmus says, this means St. Jerome was guilty of forging the passage, unscrupulously altering the old Latin version in accordance with his own prejudices, without the support of reliable manuscripts. Like that, he can read that into what Erasmus said is just remarkable. Because I've been going through Erasmus's annotations just recently, and maybe I've got them right here. Let's just see. Okay, yes, I do, and I can read them out to you. I've got ChatGPT to translate them. Talks about Bombasius, talks about Stunica. So I was reading an article on Text and Canon Institute. Now, I know I'm rabbit trailing a bit, but it says here about, this codex was written by in 1520. It's like, no, it wasn't. But that's just another lie about this other manuscript that's not even the real manuscript that Erasmus looked at. And if you look at Codex Montfortianus, the third edition reveals that he added "and" between spirit and water and supplemented the phrase, and these three agree in one. And so, no, that's clearly not what he had in his annotation. So it's a completely different manuscript. But what I was looking at here was the claim of the preface. And so let's have a look. Preface, no, maybe Jerome. Okay, no. Now, where did I see that? I've just got to find this. Yeah, he said he added that this is just what scholars say. They don't have any proof. Understandably, Erasmus was used to the text of the Latin Bible from his childhood and indebted to the general scholarly opinion of his time that favored the text. Thus, from the first edition of 1516 onwards, Erasmus introduced, knowingly or unknowingly, some Latin readings into the Greek text. For example, Acts 9, 5-6. He added the following phrase, no. It says in his annotations, in most Greek copies, this edition is not found. It doesn't say in all, does it? So he's just made that up, and he's contradicted himself, because Erasmus never said that. And so then he goes on and says, well, like these scholars do, well, Erasmus is just back translating from Latin everywhere, because he did it once in Revelation 22:19, and then he fixed it in his next edition. Oh, well, he must have done it everywhere, this type of thing. And so it says here, moreover, high opinion of the Latin Vulgate and negative views of the Greek text. So they're saying he had negative views of the Greek text, okay, moved Erasmus to write extended apologies for readings which departed from the Latin in his annotations. So they know his motivations and everything, In addition, unfavorable views of his first edition forced him to include a late reading based on the Latin in his third edition. If he wanted to put it in from the Latin, why didn't he just do it in his first edition or his second edition? Why did he have it in his 1521 edition of his paraphrase, which a paraphrase back then was way different to, Living Bible sort of stuff today, but he had the comma in there. When he did the complete works of Chrysostom, he has the saying in there, these three are one. So he knew this stuff. He wasn't against the comma. He was actually just trying to find it in the Greek. He was like, I want to see it in the Greek. And so in addition, unfavorable reviews. Okay, so I just read that. The so-called comma Johanneum, which was added here in brackets, for there are three that bear record, etc. It says, as Greek manuscript support was lacking for the reading, it was not included in the first and second editions. Erasmus seems to have, listen to this, yielded to pressure. He's just buckled. Notice he didn't buckle when he was saying that the Pope was in hell, who just died. Notice he didn't buckle when he was saying the monasteries are filled with sexual perverts. And this caused the disillusionment of the monasteries in England. Like he sparked a massive movement against the monasteries, informing people what actually goes on in these horrible places. He yielded to pressure. Yeah, okay. It's a bit like saying, Mike Tyson, this guy was like a Mike Tyson sort of character, going around just basically like one punch and you're out sort of thing. Luther used his work and like had massive reformation. Tyndale copied, translated his work into English of the Bible and also his book on the Christian soldier, and England had reformation. And we go, oh, it was Tyndale. Well, he just sort of put it into English. That's all he did. And he did a few other things, but it was like mostly, like most of what Tyndale did, I would say like 95% of it was just Erasmus's work in English and had reformation. And so he's yielding to pressure here to include the passage. He's just a soft, guy, compromiser, like most of the Christians today, to include the passage when he learned that a Greek manuscript in England, the so-called Codex Britannicus, known today by scholars as Codex Montfortianus. That's not the manuscript, by the way. So this codex here that has Pater Logos Kai Pneuma Agiu, that is the comma there. This is actually Codex Montfortianus, which is a 12th century manuscript. They claim it's 1520. But Adam Clarke dated it to the 12th century, and it's different to Codex Britannicus because Codex Britannicus was written down by Erasmus, and it differs. So, but let's not let those facts get in the way of a good story. And then listen to this. This codex was actually written around 1520 by a monk. So it's written in 1520. It's like hot off the press. This is the James White, Dan Wallace version of everything, you know. Most likely to provide Erasmus with the missing evidence, you know. Erasmus claimed in his, listen to this, Erasmus claimed in his annotations that he did not believe the reading to be genuine, or that it looked very similar to the Vulgate reading. Now, I went through everything trying to find that in his annotations, and that just is simply wrong. And so Erasmus clearly said, I suspect that the manuscript was corrected according to our copies. Okay. Now, he doesn't say when, he doesn't say why, he doesn't say which part. He is just mentioning this. But what's read into that is that, oh, this is a back translation from the Latin. And it doesn't say which specific place, because what we see in Codex Britannicus and also, you know, Codex Montfortianus, we see different endings in verse 8. And so what we see, one of the major arguments that Stunica and Erasmus were having was to do with verse 8 and the ending of verse 8, which is not really the comma issue. And so people are reading into this whatever they like. And so and this is a long way from saying the manuscript is a back translation from a Latin document. And so let's, yeah, but I just sort of mentioned that we've got these Text and Canon Institute articles there. Now, I'll keep going through this. I've just rabbit trailed a bit. So yeah, what Simon has said here, there's this here just has like 5 things wrong. He's saying he accuses Jerome of being far too rash. Okay. Now let's look at what he's actually said here. Okay. It depends how you translate it. Now, I do have Raising the Ghost of Arius document here. And he translates it in a different way. Let's look at... Okay, so he says, I'll make it nice and big for you. Oh, and it just jumped back to the page that I left. Or did it? Oh, it's gone back to the book, I think. No, it's gone miles away. Let me find it. Here we are. So obviously Grantley MacDonald, he's good in Latin, but I think he does have a bias here when he translates this section, because yeah, ChatGPT doesn't translate it this way. It says, but we feel the pressure of the authority of Jerome. Listen to this, which I should not certainly wish to disparage, although he is frequently violent, shameless, fickle, and inconsistent. However, I do not quite understand what Jerome means at this point. And so let's just get the Latin of that, which is up here. And let's go translate this. Okay, so ChatGPT says, a careful translation is, but we are pressed by the authority of Jerome, which indeed I would not want to diminish. Now I'll put his English up here so we can check it out. Although he is frequently violent, it says that here, but in ChatGPT it says he's often forceful. That's different, isn't it? Hey, Jerome, you're frequently violent. Hey, Jerome, you're pretty forceful here. Like, what's he? Why is he saying violent? Okay. And it says, and not very restrained, but here it says shameless. It's almost like being called a textual absolutist. It's like the worst possible word you could find to translate it into. Fickle, and here it says often inconsistent. Fickle is like, you're fickle. And not very consistent with himself, but here it says inconsistent. Okay, so pretty much the same. And so anyway, then it continues on. So some of the things that he's saying here are just not understood by the people. It's like he's violent. What is he, smashing tables? What's he? Is Jerome there, writing, hey, unfaithful scribes are doing this, and then he's, I guess, he's a single guy, so maybe he's struggling with, and he bashes Eustochium because she wants to marry him or something, and he's bashing. He's frequently violent. What if I said, Jeff Riddle is frequently violent, shameless, fickle, and inconsistent? So, oh, okay, that's pretty full on. But there are some, I'd said that Jeff Riddle, but he's a really nice guy. So these things don't match in with him. But there are some people who are like, maybe myself. Let me put myself there. Nick is not very restrained. He just speaks his mind. I'm not very restrained. It's different to Nick's violent, frequently violent, or often inconsistent. It's like he's not that consistent, but here it's like shameless, and not very consistent with himself. And so that there's quite a bit of or fickle and inconsistent. So he does say a whole bunch of stuff there that is quite accusatory. And so what we see is Richard Simons basically just said this similar thing. In this case, he accuses Jerome of being far too rash. So this is Richard Simon, the Roman Catholic guy. He's far too rash and showing vacillating judgment. And so he says here that he's speaking about this, about 1 John 5:7. He's not. He's speaking just in general. And he says, if we accept what Erasmus says, this means that St. Jerome was guilty of forging the passage. So Jerome forged it. So, we talk to people today and it's like, oh, Cyprian, he put it in. He wrote, it was written in a margin, and that margin got expanded, and people didn't know whether it was scripture or not. And they squeezed it in the text, and then it just ended up, it was in the Latin then, and then it ended up going back into the Greek and magically fixes the solecism that's there, But no, this perhaps that story wasn't around then. They were making up all these stories. He's saying St. Jerome forged the passage, unscrupulously altering the old Latin version in accordance with his own prejudices, without the support of reliable manuscripts. So how can you read that into that? just because it said, like, he was very clear. He's saying he's often forceful, he's not very restrained, and often inconsistent, and not very consistent with himself. And so he's just saying a generalization of Jerome, and who would know Jerome better than Erasmus? Okay, so he's looking at his character. Now, I could fall into those things. I'm not very restrained. I do 5-hour videos and usually get about 1 hour of content across. That's not very restrained. I'm often inconsistent. I guess, what am I inconsistent in? But that's it. What's he saying? We have to look at previously what Erasmus would have said about Jerome. So we'll have to go back through and look at everything that Erasmus said about Jerome to get the fuller picture of what he's actually saying here. We can't just read into it like Simon is here, that he's forged the passage. So he says unscrupulously altering the Latin version. So he's got a prejudice. He wants to squeeze in this reading, and he forged it because the old Latin didn't have it. How Richard Simon knew that, I'm not sure, but he just forged it. So that's his story, you know. So listen to this. So this is the guy who popularized the whole concept that that this is a forgery. Erasmus had read various Greek and Latin manuscripts of the New Testament and had also consulted the manuscripts used by St. Jerome. He had taken the trouble to subject the so-called Prologue by Jerome to the Canonical Epistles to careful scrutiny. He would no doubt have decided to reject the Prologue as apocryphal rather than describing St. Jerome as a forger. So it's like, oh, we can't believe the Prologue. I'd rather say we can't believe the Prologue than to say St. Jerome forged this. So he's given us two ultimatums that I don't think Erasmus was coming to at all. I think he saw the Prologue as genuine, and he said that the verse belongs in there, and that unfaithful scribe, Jerome just said unfaithful scribes are taking it out. What he was curious about is how did it drop out of the Greek when Jerome's saying it's in the Greek of his day. So it's strange. Like looking at this, it's like reading Bart Ehrman's stuff, or looking at like Dan McClellan and these guys who say, "Oh, Jesus maybe he didn't exist," and maybe the manuscripts are written in the end of the 1st century or 2nd century. Maybe some other scribe just squeezed that book in, and of course they didn't write 2nd Peter because Peter was a dummy. That's usually the length of their scholarship, with a whole bunch of massive words to make it look like they're actually doing proper scholarship. So it says here, it is appropriate at this stage to say something about the prologue to the Canonical Epistles, which is attributed to St. Jerome, and which only occurs in the Latin editions of the Bible under the title, here begins the prologue to the 7 Canonical Epistles by the Blessed Father Jerome. The author complains that the interpreters have not provided a faithful translation of the epistles, especially in 1 John 5:7, where the Trinity is described as 3 in 1. He accuses these inaccurate translators of serious error because in their version, they have retained only these 3 words, water, blood, and spirit, and for leaving out the words Father and Spirit. No. Actually, yeah, it says words, Father and Spirit. It should be Father, Word, and Spirit. So I think he's actually copied and pasted this from like a Google Doc sort of thing. They've retained only the words water, blood, and spirit, and leaving out the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, which constitute genuine testimony of Catholic or general or universal belief in the mystery of the Trinity. So that's all true. The new edition with commentary of the works of St. Cyprian had recently been published by the Bishop of Oxford, or has been published by the Bishop of Oxford, who lists a great many Latin Bibles containing this prologue by St. Jerome. He is also indignant that it has been omitted from Latin Bibles printed in our own day. So some people weren't printing Jerome's prologue. Let men of learning, says the learned bishop, decide whether this omission occurred by chance or through malice. He cannot conceive why it has been omitted from recent editions of the Latin Bible, since it is presented in the manuscripts and nearly all the early printings. Okay, so that's an interesting thing. Richard Simon's basically saying, well, this guy, the Bishop of Oxford, he's saying, look, how come people are taking Jerome's prologue out when it's in early manuscripts? But what are they doing here? Why are they doing that? And you know what's amazing? Because people say the comma's fake, then when they see an early document with the comma in it, they say, well, that's a forgery. And so the comma being in something instead of evidence for the comma it becomes evidence that something is a forgery. And so that's how it works nowadays. And so, yeah, it's quite amazing. If sometimes you'll read through something and it's like, why are they saying this is fake? Like a lot of people say the prologue is a fake because it's got the comma in it, and the comma didn't exist back then. And it's like, no, it existed back then. And that, you know, it's just circular reasoning. It's quite amazing. So let's keep reading. However, those who have published Latin Bibles without the prologue must not be accused of dishonesty. So this is Richard Simon again. Admitting the prologue is included along with St. Jerome's other prefaces to the Bible in Latin manuscripts, which are no more than 600 years old. The first Latin Bibles were apparently printed in accordance with manuscripts of this type. This is not true of those which are 700 or 800 years old, only of some of them. It may well be that Bibles from which the prologue is omitted were based on manuscripts of the latter kind. This must be noted that neither the name of St. Jerome nor any other writer occurs in the title of this. So now Jerome's got to put, hey, this is written by Jerome. You know, we hear this sort of stuff from Bart Ehrman, like, where does it say according to Matthew? You know what's amazing? The earliest document that we have of Matthew says at the top of the page, according to Matthew. I can't understand why they don't go with that and just say, yeah, it's got Matthew on it. People have just come to the conclusion that, they didn't write their name on it because it's just a theory that's out there, but they didn't write according to Matthew on it. But the earliest manuscript says that according to Matthew. I'm like, I remember Stephen Boyce was doing a video on this, and I just wrote and said, I might actually just quickly get that up. Let's just go to Textus Receptus. We'll go to Matthew 1. Quickly go there. And title, title. Okay, yes, we have a title page here. This here, Papyrus P4, with the title Gospel of Matthew, Evangelion Kata Mattheon, dated 2nd or 3rd century, is the earliest manuscript title for Matthew. It's in the early papyri. Why don't they go with it then? It's like, I don't know about these dates, but they're all certain that as soon as they make a date prediction, that's it. I guess they're like Jehovah's Witnesses, but backwards. They're making all these date predictions, and we're like, hey, hang on. But yeah, it clearly says, why aren't they going with their own research? I guess Bart Ehrman's views are, very popular. Anyway, that was just a tiny rabbit trail, but let's continue. So it says here, it may well be that the Bibles from which the prologue is omitted were based on manuscripts of the latter kind. So that's the whole thing of, they're late, so they're further away from Jerome, so they can't be original. So that's the whole thing. 1868, they dated Fuldensis to 546, which is very close to Jerome. It has the prologue in it, and it says clearly unfaithful translators are taking this out. It must also be noted that neither the name of St. Jerome nor any of the other writers occurs in the title of the prologue in some of the early manuscripts which do not contain it. There is therefore no good reason to doubt. Sorry, there is therefore good reason. I said no good reason. The absolute opposite. I did a New King James there. There is therefore good reason to doubt that it was the work of St. Jerome. If anyone takes the trouble to mark side-by-side comparison of these early Latin Bibles, they can easily see that whoever made a single compilation of all the books of the Latin Bible, most of which are translated or amended by St. Jerome, also wrote this prologue. And so someone else wrote the prologue, okay? since he did not have prefaces by Jerome for every book. So you got to have every preface for that Jerome wrote. He remedied the situation by including some written by himself and others taken from the writing of St. Jerome. Thus, we read, for example, in the manuscript of Charles the Bald, a preface to the Acts of the Apostles bearing the title Preface by Jerome. It is nonetheless certain that St. Jerome did not specifically compose the preface to the Acts. The compiler of the books in the Latin Bible took it from Jerome's grand prologue entitled Prologus Galatius, a helmeted prologue. It is expressed as follows: the Acts seem to reach a candid story of the apostles interwoven with that of the infant church. But if we realize that their author is Luke, whose renown lies in the gospel, we shall similarly observe that everything he says is healing for a weary soul. There is also some evidence when whosoever compiled the books of the Latin texts we call the Vulgate could not find a preface by St. Jerome specifically on the Canonical Epistles, he made up one by imitating Jerome's style, borrowing some of the expressions and even including the name Eustochium. So what he's saying here is, he's saying this is absolute fact, that this, the Acts of the Apostles of Jerome is a forgery as well. So there's already this forgery, so we can be certain that, how can we have confidence that he didn't forge it everywhere else? But at the end of the day, I can't trust this guy. He's been wrong on the whole concept. He's already sort of made up stuff about Erasmus and his annotations. And so what he says about Acts, I'm not sure of. We'll have to look into that. So let's type this in. And we'll type in maybe Richard Simon. I'm sure that Stephen Avery will talk about this. Maybe there's just something that we can just quickly look at. So it says here, Prologue Galatius, Latin for helmeted prologue, is a famous preface written by St. Jerome in 390, acting as an introduction to his translation of Book of Samuel and Kings. Jerome used this metaphor to explain that his preface was so well reasoned and fortified with evidence that it would act like a helmet protecting his translation. Okay. Richard Simon's interpretation. That's interesting. French oratorian, priest and scholar Richard Simon, died in 1712, often regarded as the father of modern biblical criticism, famously analyzed Jerome's work in his foundational text, Critical History of the Old Testament. Simon utilized Jerome's Prologus Galatius to support his own radical theories regarding the authorship and textual history of the Bible. He pointed out that Jerome heavily relied on Jewish tradition and at the original Hebrew text to establish the biblical canon. Simon used Jerome's preface as historical proof that early church scholars acknowledged that the biblical text had undergone centuries of scribal alterations and human transmission, rather than being directed flawlessly. Simon argued that to understand the Bible, scholars must engage in historical linguistic and textual criticism. Because Simon departed from the traditional Catholic interpretation of his era, his work was heavily suppressed by the church authorities. Oh, that's interesting, that his work was suppressed by the Catholics, who viewed his critical methodologies as a threat to the dogma of biblical inerrancy. Okay. Maybe I'll just type in, is it Jerome or a fake, as Simon claimed? So this is Google AI. This isn't even ChatGPT. It says, no, Richard Simon did not claim that it was fake. He strongly defended it as authentically written by Jerome. However, your question touches on the famous historical confusion, Richard Simon did expose a different biblical prologue as a total fake. And because those texts involve Jerome, their histories often get tangled up. Okay. The distinction between the two prefaces clarifies what Simon actually argued. The text belongs to Samuel and Kings. Simon's stance was that it was authentic. The argument, he heavily relied on the Prologus Galatus in his critical history of the Old Testament. He used it to prove that Jerome preferred the Old Testament text, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the prologue to the Canonical Epistles, the fake, the text, the preface to the New Testament Catholic Canonical Epistles, James, Peter, John, and Jude, Simon's stance was that it's a fake, it's pseudo-Jerome. The argument, this is the prologue Richard Simon attacked as a forgery. It was written by an anonymous author pretending to be Jerome, pseudo-Jerome, centuries later. Okay, so that's the whole argument, because they only had 9th century document. They didn't realize that the earliest one later on was going to be 546. The forged prologue explicitly defends the Johannine Comma, a disputed verse in 1 John 5:7 used to support the Trinity, claiming that irresponsible translators had intentionally left it out. Simon used his expertise in textual criticism to prove Jerome never wrote the New Testament preface. So notice this is even saying it. And that's the problem. This is just repeated nonsense. This is completely debunked, demonstrating that the verse and the prologue defending it were later additions. Okay, and we've got, Richard Simon, History of the, I've actually got that book. I might go through that. This is the article we're reading, Jerome, who accurately affirms he revised the entire New Testament. Jerome Prologue Super Evidence, so that's another one we're looking at. Study on Jerome's Prologue of the Catholic Epistles. Interesting, crack that open. Okay. So anyway, I'll leave Google AI. And I've opened Facebook, which is weird. Okay, and I can't even view that one. That's fine. And so it even used Eustochium. Okay. And it's saying, it used the Eustochium, but what they've found is there was a letter from Eustochium to Jerome asking to do these 7 letters. So, of course, he's going to respond in the preface, hey, Eustochium, this is what I've done. I've done these 7 epistles. And it marries in perfect with the history of it. So that's another evidence to show that this is genuine. There's just nothing that shows that this is pseudo-Jerome except for people just wanting it to be pseudo-Jerome and having misinformation from guys like Simon. There are some evidences as well that when this prologue was written, the Trinity interpolation was present in some manuscripts of the Epistle of St. John, or at least in some Latin versions. Hence, the author, who did not have access to Greek manuscripts, so he's saying the pseudo-author didn't have access to Greek manuscripts, with Jerome saying he does. This pseudo-author is not saying that somehow, but he's saying unfaithful translators. So I guess you can just, because it's pseudo, you can just read into anything. Yeah, he's a criminal. He's a liar. He's attacking the word of God. He's a heretic. He's a whatever. So hence the author who did not have access to Greek manuscripts, how on earth can he prove that? Was led to believe that since the passage in question was missing from some Latin manuscripts, it was the work of careless translators. So he couldn't check the Greek because it doesn't exist in Greek. It never has, according to their story. So you can't let facts get in the way of the story. So you just got to stick with your story. It's never been in Greek, okay? And we just looked at the Latin, we saw it was missing, and it's like, oh, they must be translating it wrong. And so let's just write there that these people are unfaithful, and I'm going to throw that verse straight in there or whatever, or I'm going to, if it's been squeezed in there by some other corrupt scribe, I'm going to run with it, Sounds like a Bart Ehrman sort of explanation. It must be noted that the addition is absent from several early copies of St. Jerome's Bible, which do, however, contain the prologue. And so doesn't that prove that what Jerome was saying was happening? It's and that's the amazing thing. The earliest document we have of the prologue doesn't have it in the text. That's showing that he's not lying. In nothing has Jerome lied, or has this preface lied. It's to Eustochium. It's missing these words. It's only got the Father, so the Spirit, the water, and the blood reading. It doesn't have the Father, Word, and Spirit. Exactly that has happened. And so as I myself discovered from two manuscripts, one of King's Library and the other in Mr. Colbert's, it is extremely odd to find the Canonical Epistles headed by a preface in which St. Jerome complains of the inaccuracy of early Latin translators who omitted a whole verse, which he himself restored on the basis of the Greek from 1 John chapter 5, and then to find this very verse missing when one actually reaches that point of the epistle. And so, as I've been saying, my surmising, my theory on that is that because it was written at the beginning of the seven letters, by the time they've written through James and 1 Peter, 2 Peter, and then they got to 1 John, it could have been days or weeks gone by. And so to remember exactly what's in every preface, perhaps they're like, oh, Jerome's got this preface, and I would have to check that document to see how much it marries up with Vulgate readings, in every place. Surely there are, certain streams of Latin documents, and perhaps they had their own Latin document, which they thought was very good and very clean and didn't have scribal errors or whatever. And they're like, let's get the text from there, but we want to put Jerome's prefaces in there. And so they've done that. But then, later on, they're like, someone's, or it appears in Jerome. So it's in, they've written those words out. And so that's quite an amazing thing. And so my theory is that because it is far removed from the actual book of 1 John, could have been days or maybe a week or weeks before they get to that section, they've just copied the manuscript through where it's in the preface. Just like if I was to copy like the MacArthur Study Bible, a few notes, I'm not remembering what he's saying. I'm just copying it out. It's not like you're just doing a Bible study. When you're doing like proofreading for that type of thing, you're looking at spelling, you're looking at style, you focus on lots of other things. And so I believe that the only possible explanation for this anomaly is that the copyists who wrote the description of the preface were using Latin Bible manuscripts from which the verse was omitted. That's what I'm saying as well, which makes sense because that's exactly what Jerome said was happening. So he's saying unfaithful scribes are doing this. This is appearing in our Latin text. It shouldn't be. Just like today, it's appearing in our English text. If someone was to go through and say, sometimes you see this. You see a study Bible, and they've used King James study Bible notes, and they put it in an NIV, and then you're like, you go to your favorite study note, and it's not there because the verse isn't there, and it's like, it's pretty hard to do that type of thing. But I think back then, they probably sourced from a few places. And no doubt, if there were unfaithful scribes or unfaithful translators doing this in Latin, do you think that it's Jerome's there and he's written this? He's written, hey, unfaithful scribes are doing this. And they're like, oh, drat. We have to stop that. Stop, everyone. Stop doing that. You unfaithful scribes, you unfaithful translators translating from Greek into Latin. We can't do that anymore. We've been exposed by Jerome. Do you think they did that? No, they would have kept doing it. And so there is this confusion then. perhaps. So I'm just throwing things out there, just trying to think outside of the normal box, because what we can see is the facts point us in the direction that it is Jerome's prologue. He clearly said unfaithful translators are taking it out. We have evidence that it's Jerome. But anyway, we're looking at Richard Simon and what he thinks about it. I believe that the only possible explanation for this anomaly is that the copyists who wrote the description of the preface were using Latin Bible manuscripts for which the verse was omitted, since it was not in Jerome nor... So he's just saying now it's not in Jerome. Jerome didn't write it. He's just said, I think it's a fake, so it's a fake. Okay. Nor was it in the old Latin version, which was in use in his day. How do they know that? How do they know it wasn't in the old Latin version? Does he have any proof of that? Had Jerome been responsible both for the prologue and the addition to the Epistle of St. John, the addition would have been included in all of Jerome's Latin Bibles. No, if you have unfaithful translators, they can easily become unfaithful copyists as well. You would have to agree with that some of these guys, they're not like the Jehovah's Witness type people who are like, I hate this verse, and they just want it out. Do you think if the Jehovah's Witnesses turned around tomorrow and said, hey, we're going to put that verse back in, you think they're all going to be, it's like, oh, no, we can't do that. Or just rogue people. Of course, people are going to just chop this out. They don't like the verse. They hate it. And just because something changed, faithful translators are aware that this is happening, doesn't mean that the unfaithful guys are going to obey the rules. They're going to break the rules. They're unfaithful. That's exactly what Jerome said. So if they're going to move from like if Jerome's translation sort of overrides all the other Latin editions, then they are probably going to just go from Latin text to a Latin text instead of going from Greek to Latin. And then it's like, well, let's just chop it out of the Latin still. But it's Jerome's text. There's no guarantee that when Jerome goes, okay, there's my text, that someone's going to faithfully copy that. We know there are people like Marcion around. There's people like Bart Ehrman around. There's people like the Johovs around. And there were Arians back in these days. So I'll read this again. Had Jerome been responsible both for the prologue and the addition to the Epistle of St. John, the addition would have been included in all of Jerome's Latin Bible. So there never would have been, someone never would have taken this out. No, that's just silly. The inconsistency in manuscripts seems clear to me, proof that Jerome did not write the prologue as an introduction to the canonical epistles. Well, to me, the inconsistency in manuscripts shows that exactly what Jerome warned us of was happening. And so he saw it. What he saw, he's not prophesying, but what he saw was it was happening in his day. Unfaithful translators are taking it out. He's warned of that. But then there's been an attack on the Greek, and it's been taken out of the Greek, but there's been no Jerome guy there to stop that sort of thing from happening. So it's affected a lot of the Greek manuscripts. But then we also see that just from Latin copies to other Latin copies, some people were still copying those. And then it's like, oh, let's put Jerome's prologue in. Or perhaps people were saying, here's Jerome's latest Bible. And they've got, like, we know there have been people deliberately tampering with the Word of God. And so imagine a Jehovah's Witness, back in those days, it's like, oh, Jerome's done his edition. It's getting really popular. Hey, let's do an edition of Jerome's, but we'll just take that verse out. It's like, oh, but what about the preface? Well, just leave it in there, but take it out. That'll confuse them even more. They want that verse out. And so very interesting history around this. The inconsistency in manuscript seems clear proof to me that Jerome did not write the prologue. No. So it says, to be continued, page 80. And so let's just continue with this website. So we're on number 28. Jerome's Vulgate Prologue contra or against Martiane argument that he refers only to Catholic epistles or general epistles. No, Witness of God has David Martin refutation of this Martiane argument. So that must be the Witness of God is greater. So he's just put that note in there. And I've sort of thought, well, what I should really do after I've gone through this material of Stephen Avery. Now, I might do this on some of the other topics as well, because sometimes they bleed into each other. But I think I will go through the Witness of God is greater and just read the whole thing out. And maybe I'll just have to devote one day of the weekend. I know I didn't do a video yesterday. We were actually going to go up to the Gold Coast, which is like an hour and a half away, do a bunch of shopping, but it didn't eventuate. And so we're going to do that tomorrow because we've got a public holiday, and there's not a public holiday up there. So it's a great time to do it. It's in a different state. And so, but usually I'm doing 2 videos every weekend. And so if I devote one video to this issue and I'll just keep plugging away at it until the conference, maybe even just continue doing that. It just seems like we just need to get through some of this common material. When I talk to Stephen Avery, he's an authority on this stuff. He's been writing about this stuff since day dot. You know, he's got so much information, and we want to get to the stage where we're able to explain this clearly without fog and without I'm not sure about that, I have to check the sources. We're reading through all this material so we can go, okay, what did this guy think? What did that guy think? We're looking at all the contra argumentation. One of the original arguments was that Jerome would not refer to the canonical epistles. Okay, so this is an argument that Turifan brought up about 6 months ago. They were struggling to make up arguments. So this is like in 2020, 6 years ago. This has sort of been spoken about, the canonical issue. It looks like this was actually fairly common for Jerome. So apparently Jerome wrote Epistolus Canonicus and Canonica Epistola. So I'll just crack these open. Let's just have a look at these Google books. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is Trent Horn. I'm going to crack that one open as well. I actually looked at what Trent Horn thought about the comma, and then he turned around. He was actually for the comma, and then he rejected it and wrote against it. And so that was quite interesting. Now we're looking at Jerome here. So apparently he uses the word canonical here. So I'm not going to read through that Latin document looking for it. I guess I'm just going to sort of trust that Avery's done the homework there, but I know there are other people who have it all written out and everything, but we're live. So, and this is Trent Horn. Now I did write a lot of this out. I actually paid someone to write this out back in 2020. Okay, so he's got this argument against Jerome. Okay, so he mentions it here. On this supposed prologue of Jerome, many advocates of the disputed clause have found it, as they imagine, a powerful argument for its genuineness, while others have candidly admitted that the prologue is spurious. In fact, this preface is of no authority whatever. For one, its style is so barbarous. It's barbarous. As if these guys are just absolutely excellent. Like as if Erasmus, who probably read that preface in 20 different manuscripts, over and over and over again, probably copied it when he was a child, a scribe, an Augustinian scribe, doing Latin manuscripts. That's how he became so versed in Latin. it's barbarous, but Jerome didn't say that. Erasmus didn't say that. In fact, this preface is of no authority. It's so barbarous as to prove that it could not have been written by Jerome. So, Stephen King didn't write the Stand novel because it's barbarous. So how do you disprove that or prove? I hate all this, the style is just not, it's not him. I know his style, really. Number two, it is wanting in the catalogue of prefaces. So it's not everywhere, so it shouldn't be anywhere. As well as in the best and most ancient manuscripts of Jerome's version. It is often found in Latin copies without his name. It makes use to the term epistolae canonicae, canonical epistles, whereas Jerome's title for them was epistolae catholicae, the Catholic epistles. So elsewhere he said they're the Catholic or universal epistles. So here he says they're the canonical epistles. Must be fake, and so that's like that been completely, utterly debunked. But Sheridan fan was just bringing that up 6 months ago. So interesting. I did say to Sheridan the other day, I said, hey, let's have a debate. We'll probably debate this issue. Number 4, further, this preface is prefixed to some Latin copies of the Catholic epistles in which the disputed text is not inserted, whence it is evident that the ancient manuscripts from which such copies were made had not the disputed text, though the transcribers had the folly to insert it in the preface. So it's in 2 places, which doesn't mean anything but that there are people, unfaithful people out there. How come it's only unfaithfulness to the preface? You know what I mean? It's not unfaithfulness for the comma. It's quite amazing. It just depends. If you've got a presupposition against the comma, you will just focus on the negative. Number 5, and finally, what proves that it is utterly destitute of authority is the fact that it insinuates one falsehood and asserts 2 other direct, notorious falsehoods. In it, it insinuates that all the Greek copies of the New Testament had this verse. How's that? Where it's, unless you're running with Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, that mess, Jerome, and so that's exactly what I'm saying. Inadvertently, Jerome is saying that the Greek copies have it, and the issue was in the Latin, and that's what Erasmus clearly said. He was shocked and said, hey, I'm a bit shocked that it's sort of reversed, The Latin has it now, and the Greek doesn't. Whereas none of them had it. Sorry, it insinuates that all the Greek copies of the New Testament had it, whereas none of them had it. So it's like they know that none of them had it. 0. It's just a presupposition. They just don't want it to have existed. Nor, as we have already seen, has any of the genuine works of the Greek fathers once mentioned it. So no one of the Greek fathers, I think it's like 75 early writers mention it, the comma. And Jerome, above all men, who was so conversant in the Greek copies of the New Testament in the Greek fathers, must needs have known this. He must know that, Mary Magdalene married Jesus, or, whatever your presupposition is, you're reading it into it. Jesus knew this, Jesus knew this. Let me just stick to the plot here, or else I'll lose the plot. Again, the preface asserts, and in the Greek fathers must needs have known this to have been a direct falsehood. Again, the preface asserts that the Latin translators were unfaithful in leaving out the testimony of the Father, the Word, and the Spirit, and that he, Jerome, had restored it. Not so much that he's restored it, but that he is not joining in with their omission. Okay, so that's different to restoring it, because then it's like, oh, well, it's not in there, I'm going to add it in there. No, it's in there, but some people are taking it out in certain places. It's like me saying, well, some Jehovah's Witnesses are putting in the word was a God. It doesn't mean what I'm seeing in front of me has all that, but the Jehovah's Witnesses are doing that. I'm not going to be an unfaithful translator like that. I'm going to have the word was God, you know. It doesn't mean you're restoring, you know. So anyway, so it goes through a whole bunch of stuff there. But yeah, interesting of what Horn says. And recent evidence in support of 1 John 5:7 here says, now this might actually be in favor of the comma. Most of the stuff we've read, you know, is out of favor of it. Maybe we can look. Approve the prologue to the Canonical Epistles as a genuine work of him, whose name is inseparably linked to that of Saint Eustochium. Okay, it is true that Saint Jerome usually called these letters Catholic and not canonical. No man is perfectly consistent in his language, and certainly Saint Jerome was not. In one place, at least, he called Saint Peter's epistles canonical. Dun dun. There you go. Dun dun. And so that's the thing. This is probably written before the Fuldensis thing, which is just the whole house of cards has just fallen down, because there were some really good arguments, you know, talking about all this other material that was easily found. You just read the rest of Jerome. It's like, oh, hang on, he calls them canonical here. Okay, I guess it's probably going to be a fake too soon, you know. The statements about conforming the Latin to the Greek order of these epistles presents no difficulty, for it is clear from St. Augustine and Cassiodorus that in many Latin versions before St. Jerome's revision, St. Peter's epistles stood first. We are hardly in a position to deny that St. Jerome may have found the heavenly witnesses in Greek manuscripts of his day, simply because they are wanting in a few 4th century manuscripts. And that's such a good point. What do we think? Like Vaticanus and Sinaiticus, who knew about these in history? Where's there a translation of these? Where's there even a copy of these? They don't even agree with each other. And yet we've got to say they're the best, and they override everything else. That's a presupposition. Once you get out of that mindset, you're like, hang on, perhaps these are just aberrations. Like the Codex Beza, aberrations, I should say. I sort of said aberrations. It was like apparition. But Codex Beza, everyone agrees Codex Beza is not that great. It's an interesting thing, interesting history, but it's like, yeah, that's a bad manuscript. But why don't people just put Vaticanus and Sinaiticus in that bag? When you do that, everything just clears up. It's like, oh, I can see clearly now, instead of having this ahistorical fog that, hang on, these two are the best. And it's like, oh, what are they? The church is looking at it going, in my, 1800 years of existence, I haven't seen that thing. I've seen Marcion come and go. I've seen Arian weirdos come and go and all sorts of stuff. And, this is weird. But then it's like, no, that's the best. And that's what the church should have been using all along. Let me provide you with the new ShamWow text, that wasn't copied. Wasn't like, why wouldn't the church copy these and translate? Oh, well, there was a Lucianic recension. See, conspiracy theory again. And then when people say, oh, well, no, there wasn't a Lucianic recension, it's like, well, okay, Islam. It's like, no, what Islam just like, and the whole embarrassment of riches is just a load of rubbish. That the embarrassment of riches is a load of rubbish for the critical text guys, because they only have really these two main manuscripts and a handful of others, but they don't agree with each other. There's so many differences between them. And when they talk about embarrassment of riches, well, the word of God went everywhere. How could they change it everywhere? Yeah, the Byzantine text, it's in agreement. it's cohesive, it agrees. Your texts don't. If they're from the same area and they differ so much, that's huge. And yeah, so they actually argue from our perspective, from the Byzantine text perspective. It doesn't match their argument. So these apologists have to lie. They are lying to churches. They're lying to the public. They should repent. They should turn around and say, yeah, well, actually, like, why don't they just be honest? Instead of saying, hey, we've got this embarrassment of riches and all the rest of it. Why not say, look, there's a whole bunch of Byzantine texts. 99.9% of manuscripts are Byzantine. The rest of them, we sort of go with, and mostly Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. They disagree in the Gospels like 3,000 times. Hoskia pointed that out. A lot of other people have confirmed that. If Hoskia used his other 17 types of tabulation that he usually used, it would have gone into the tens of thousands of differences just in the Gospels, let alone the rest of it. And so one's Danny DeVito, one's Arnold Schwarzenegger. There's a huge difference. But we say these are the best. Did the church use them? No. Did the Reformation use Vaticanus? So it was really only Vaticanus up until 1840s. And that was really only known when Erasmus looked at it and said, oh, it doesn't have the comma. And then he got 365 readings from it and from his friend Sepultiva. But he rejected it. He said it's probably a back translation from a Latin document. And Mill sort of said the same type of thing. But then it's like everyone's rejecting it, neglecting it. It's used for like the Apocrypha. And in the King James translation notes it twice for Apocrypha. And then it's like, well, it's a pretty rubbish sort of manuscript. We go through time and then all of a sudden it's like, dun, dun, dun. It's like, what's happened? Well, it was at the bottom of the barrel. Now it's at the top. We just didn't realize the church is so dumb. We didn't realize that it's the best manuscript ever. Everyone's like, but we've been saying it's the worst for like years, like proper bona fide scholars, Erasmus, Stephanus, Beza, King James guys saying it's bad. At Mill looking at it, this is rubbish. Now it's the best. It's the best one. So you've got to go with that. And then we've got Sinaiticus, which has just been found, and we've conveniently labeled it as old. And so you've got to believe us because the handwriting's old. And that settles it. So let's not chemically test them. Let's not XRF test them. Let's just say that they're old and everyone's in agreement. Okay, let's write a new Bible. Let's get Unitarians involved. George Van Smith, come over here. 1 John 5:7. Yep, straight away. Let's get rid of it. Cross that out. Okay, what else can we get rid of? Let's smash these two manuscripts together and just see what we come up with. Hey. And then they come up with this Westcott and Hort text, and it's been haunting the church ever since. It's a plague. It's like a pestilence on the church. And it gives you the pox. It causes unbelief. And that's why people go, hey, I went to Bible seminary and lost my faith. How can you go to Bible seminary and lose your faith? And, James White's like, I'm trying to help people. I'm telling them the same information, but just saying, God's good in the end. It's trust God, but keep believing. It's like, no, if you follow the logical conclusions, you end up in unbelief. Why would you have a Bible with all these contradictions and strange readings and, ShamWow readings, never seen before stuff? All of a sudden, like, bang, we got this new Bible. Okay. Unitarians help make it. Westcott and Hort, liberals, compromise hanging around with the Unitarians. What are they doing? Anyway, that's my departure from the norm, my preaching session. We're at 2 hours and 46. I've got to have a sip of water. Okay. So let's go through some of these comments. Emryo says, give us the link to that. I think I did. There's so much to look at. that could be a scribal habit. Yes, the leaning of that page. Nick, you keep mentioning Erasmus annotations. Can you give us that annotation live? Do it live. I shouldn't have said that. Now it's going to haunt me. Yes, the annotations. Yeah, that'll be great. One day we'll pull it all up. Well, I actually did. This is actually Erasmus's annotation, written out by Grantley MacDonald. So he's got his annotations here, but he does have the Latin translation here. So this is his book, Raising the Ghost of Arius. Bible highlighter is loving it, and he's in the house, and he says Nehemiah had a video of a short interview with the guy who said Erasmus yielded to pressure from the Roman Catholic Church. Yeah, I saw that, and I've read through that guy's material, and it's just sort of rehashed stuff. I think I actually wrote to him when I wrote to Georgios Babiniotis. Afterwards, I wrote to this guy and said, what do you think of that? And he just said something like, yeah, does he know about the manuscript evidence or whatever? And it's like, well, it's a grammatical question. It's nothing to do with manuscripts. And so, but he seems to be working for the Bible Society. So, of course, you've got to adopt. If you want to have a job with them, if you want to get famous with them, if you want to have your books published and all the rest of it, well, you go with them, you know. And Embryo says, these pesky facts, why do textual critics ignore undeniable evidence, in your opinion? Salesmen will tell you how bad another product is in order for you to buy theirs. Well, that's the thing. They rubbish the TR and the King James, but at the end of the day, there's so much on the internet now that you can just pretty much do a ChatGPT search, and there's the answer. And it's like, well, there you go. Now, when it gets into these weeds where a lot of people aren't really focused in on these type of little issues, but sometimes it's the accumulation of 10 fake stories that sort of build one big story. And so this, even though it has seemed like a small little blip, the whole thing about Jerome's preface being a forgery, I mean, that's completely debunked, absolutely 100% debunked. And so I'm going to be glad to do debates on this and use this as one of my main arguments. Now, I already was talking about this, but in the back of my mind, it's like, oh, some people have good argumentation saying it's fake. And when you read through it from the original stuff of Richard Simon, and I think it was a guy called Semler or someone else, but they were saying similar things around that time. But there's no weight to this. It's just subjective. Try with Fire says he's using the least nuanced systems to paint Erasmus in the worst light possible. Yes, absolutely. Holy Streamguard says these assumptions sound a lot like Tavistock Institute Central Programming. They throw out these false statements with an air of authority, so the superficially, wisdom will parrot them. Yeah, and so that's the thing. They have an air of authority. You know, we know our stuff, and it's like Bart Ehrman. Bart Ehrman just basically says he's an authority on a lot of this stuff. I've found him, sometimes he's completely illiterate on certain things, but I think he does have like a team of script writers, really, just making up stuff. Like he's that popular. His books are making that much money. Like he could hire people and people would gladly do it. Atheists would gladly go around looking at even this material. That's one thing I thought I'd do before the conference, is get every clip of all the critical text guys saying what they're saying about the comma. Like, say, James White, Bart Ehrman, and just going through and just sort of cutting out the best bits and then going, okay, well, they've said that this preface is fake. And then it's like, what are their reasonings? And then just go bang. Well, they didn't think of this, and this. And then going, Bart Ehrman said this, Dan Wallace said this. Everyday Man says, I just want to say thanks, Nick, for your channel. Cheers, Everyday Man of God Ministries. Thank you for joining us. Trouble with Fire says, yes, it's all about retaining power and authority. Authority is a huge issue when it comes to the Word of God. Blues Fusion says the KJV translators would have known about Jerome's prologue and considered both sides of the argument. The fact that they sided with Jerome and included the disputed text is a strong testimony. Well, everyone did right up until this Richard Simon guy, who even the Catholic Church thought was way skeptical. The more that I read Simon's material, I'm like, this guy's just like Bart Ehrman. Like, he's a radical skeptic. And so there was an article that I didn't want to read it, but I won't. But I'll just read you the title. Okay. Yeah, where am I? Oh, yeah. Richard Simon, Biblical Criticism, and Voltaire. So Voltaire, he made up a whole bunch of stuff about Christianity, and it's been completely debunked. But these guys are just radical skeptics. It's sort of like, he's like a Bart Ehrman. And so, of course, you're going to have these type of people in every generation, weirdos and skeptics and all the rest of it. So his work, Richard Simon's work, is heralded as pioneering the field of modern text criticism. He's the main one who said, well, the original, we can't get back to the original, so we will never have the Bible unless you have the Catholic Church that guides you. Then you could, but you got to be in the Catholic Church to understand that. You can't be a Protestant, sort of thing. Can't have a paper pope. So he had a direct attack on the doctrine of sola scriptura. He is basically the puppy feet of Bart Ehrman. He has influenced a whole bunch of people against the comma. The comma has, what's interesting, even just if you go and examine Vaticanus, the first mentions of this are to do with the comma and Erasmus. How's that? The comma is just central to everything. Richard Simon's like, no, the comma, you can't trust the comma, it's fake. And then that just opens a door for, and if you listen to Brian Ross's sermon teaching that he did a couple of weeks back, he just goes from Richard Simon and goes all the way through to Newton and how he wrote against the comma, and how this opened the door to a lot of Unitarianism, because they're like, oh, the whole Trinity is a load of rubbish. Because once you get rid of the comma, a lot of Trinitarians are like, oh, you can get rid of the comma, you can find it elsewhere. And a lot of Unitarians are like, no, you can't. You can't find the thing that these three are one. You can find three there, that's fine, but you can't find these three are one. It's there in the comma. So once you get rid of the comma, your doctrine starts changing. No wonder England became basically Unitarian. No wonder the Bible societies became almost the Unitarian Bible societies up until the Trinitarians left and started the Trinitarian Bible Society that we support today. Embryo says, I wonder what Thomas Hartwell Horn wrote on the comma. I think that was against it, but I haven't looked into why. Yes, I'll just quickly go back to my website, because that Horn pages are very familiar to me, because I did sit down and I paid a guy to write out all that he said about the comma. And I'm pretty sure I would have put it into the text, Horne, Horn. Okay. Yes, here. Oh no, that's Alfred. Horn's introduction. Maybe I actually have a whole page on Horn. Could do, because I remember spending time on it. Jerome Hutter. No. maybe I need to type in to the search. Johannine Comma and Erasmus. Okay. Maybe I haven't put Horn's material online. That would be interesting, because I might just have it in a Word doc. Okay. Horn, maybe on his own page. I've got an article about him, but it doesn't seem very fresh. The picture's missing. Okay, interesting. I'll have to hunt that up. Anyway, let's continue. What about Alexandrinus and Ephraemi Rescriptus? Yes, they were used, but primarily Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Like Alexandrinus is used, like sometimes in Revelation, it's the only reading. No other manuscript on the planet agrees with it, but they go with it. Because Vaticanus stops in Hebrew, so they've got Sinaiticus with Revelation, but not Vaticanus. So they're going to go with those manuscripts at certain places and certain times, but it's sort of like secondary to Vaticanus and Sinaiticus. Also, new Bibles are replacing the word Hebrew with Aramaic, and they spoke Aramaic argument to reject the Masoretic. Most scholarship and coinage show Hebrew was alive and well at the time. Yeah, and I believe that too. And when you read the Textus Receptus, it says clearly that it was written in Hebrew, in Greek, and Latin. This is the King of the Jews. So why would you write it in Hebrew if people were like, what's that? Obviously that was common. Dead Sea Scrolls and commentaries within them show Hebrew being spoken. Am I right on this? Yeah, I think people like Jesus just spoke straight from the Bible. He spoke. I think they would have spoken in Hebrew. Now, obviously, we have like a Queen's English or King's English, whatever you want to call it, and BBC type of pronunciation and spelling and all that sort of stuff. But I can turn around to an Australian and say, "Hey, go on, mate, you want to cruise down to the servo and grab some ciggies?" And an Australian knows exactly what I'm saying there. And that's like colloquial. Yeah, people from south of London speak very thick Cockney sort of accents, and Irish, and in some places in America, it's people say stuff and they say half words, and and so I just think that people would have spoken a dialect, and like even in modern Hebrew, people will use the Hebrew letter system. But have you ever seen Hebrew in cursive that they learn at school? It's completely different. And so, I don't think they were that separated. Okay, let's continue here. So that was Horn. It's often found in the late Latin copies without his name. Yes, I know where I have the Horn thing. Let me grab it. I know exactly where it is now. I have to go back to my website. If I go to 1 John 5:7, sorry to give you the runaround, but I did remember it, and then I went searching for it and looked in the wrong spot. Because I remember making his head. Okay, I made this yesterday, Tertullian. This is a timeline. So obviously there's lots missing, but it does include a lot of stuff. But here we have Horn, and that's what I've got. I've got a link to his book. Okay, so that's the same book, I think, that we were just looking at. The genuineness of the controverted clause in 1 John 5:7-8. So his first book He was for it, 1821. Then about 20 years later, he wrote a book against it. So isn't that amazing? So I've got him on both sides. This is the foresight. Thomas Burgess wrote these books, Thomas Horn, and then we've got critics, and then Thomas Horn here, and then Scribner here, Dabney, Edward Hills, what he wrote, Metzger against it, D.A. Carson, Michael Maynard, Theodore Leaders, D.A. Waite, Bart Ehrman, James White. So it's going by decades here, so sometimes I've got them doubled up. Brantley MacDonald. So interesting. So anyway, but I did write his stuff out, and I haven't got it on my website. But let's go back to what we were talking about. Noel says it would be great to help him, considering Acts 8:37 would help him against Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox arguments, belief before baptism. Great help to him. So, yeah, it would be great help to those people. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And even James Snapp believes that that's genuine. That's what I say. He mocks us for believing that this is genuine, where Acts 8:37 has about 15% of manuscript evidence. But he's like, no, there's so much early church writing about it, and there's so much of this and that, and so he keeps it. And I'm like, well, how come you don't look at the comma in the same type of way and give it any consideration whatsoever? Is he's just like, if you believe in the comma, you're a flat earther, basically. But yeah, that's definitely another amazing verse. Emryo says, I'm noticing many modern versions are now using other sources like Dead Sea Scrolls, Septuagint, Egyptian readings instead of the Masoretic text for the Old Testament. Do you agree? In the ESV, there's something like 230, I think, or maybe 250 Septuagint readings that override the Masoretic text, just in the ESV. So it's a huge thing. They're putting these translations over the original Hebrew, exactly what they accuse King James only people of claiming to do, Okay, so let's continue through Dublin Review. So I did open that. It is then quite clear that proving all things, Victor of Capua in 540 approved the prologue of the Canonical Epistles as a genuine work of him whose name is inseparably linked with that of Eustochian. So this is what it says in the London Review. This is what I read earlier. In the presence of this fact, Dawn Martiane's arguments from the internal grounds have but little weight. It is true that St. Jerome usually called these letters Catholic and not canonical. No man is perfectly consistent in his language, and certainly St. Jerome was not. In one place at least, he calls St. Peter's epistles canonical. This is hilarious that people would use this argument. When Jerome uses the word, it's like, seriously, guys, this is the reason why you're attacking the prologue. So Matthew 13, weed hacker. So we've gone through some of the argumentation of commitentes, not omitentes, in the on Weed Hacker's website, The Father's True Monarchy. And this is something that Trudem Fan went through probably about 6 months ago. And I did a video immediately afterwards just sort of saying notes. People who know Latin very well, Erasmus and Stunica, and pretty much everyone in the Reformation period knew the Jerome's preface. They knew these issues, that they were looking at manuscripts with commitentes or omitentes, and it just doesn't make any sense if it's commitentes. And so yeah, interesting. So Weed Hacker, he's a Jehovah's Witness in New Zealand, and he's the one, I'll get the site up. It's called The Father's True Monarchy. Here we are. and he has just tons of material against the comma. And so I'm going slowly through all of this stuff, and yeah, it's like this one here that Mike Veranda is saying it's almost impossible to decipher what's written there. But apparently they can decipher it and go, oh, the comma's not there. But then you've just got whole lines missing in between stuff. And it's like, you have to be pretty imaginative to do all this. But, you know, kudos for trying. But so there is an article with a whole bunch of pictures. I don't think it's right there, and I'm not going to find it. But Father's True Monarchy, Jehovah's Witness guy, fascinated with the comma and its deletion. In personal correspondence with Professor Houghton, he agrees that commatentes, not omitentes, is in fact the original reading of the pseudo-Jerome Vulgate Prologue. That's what Houghton is calling it, pseudo-Jerome. Quite amazing. Okay, so we're going to Tepa Talk, and the robot is verifying if I'm a human. Okay, successful. So I didn't know Hugh Houghton was on these forums. I actually stopped going on these forums because these guys were so toxic. Actually, he's got Weed Hacker on there. That might be interesting because he does tend to talk a little bit more about stuff in a forum. Okay, so maybe Weed Hacker. Yeah, so that's pretty weird. Hey, Houghton, here we go. Okay, so they're all arguing with Stephen Avery here. So Houghton rejects Jerome authorship of the Vulgate Prologue, as does every other competent authority. So this is Maestro. This is the guy I'd say is like the Sopranos of text criticism. You'll post something and he'll just be like, "What an illiterate little dimwit you are," or something. And it's like, "Oh, that was helpful." You know, he's just a absolute troll. I think I blocked him on Facebook. So he calls himself Maestro because he's like a musician of some sort. But some of these guys are so toxic. But anyway, let's go back to what we're reading. So yeah, apparently in that thread is a lot of information. So, but thankfully, Stephen Avery's put a lot of it here. Okay, so this is the prologue that's written there, and we can clearly see that translatoribus, and then it has aqua sanguinis spiritus, so the water, the blood, and the spirit, and then it's got that the patri, the verbique, ac spiritus testimonium is omitentes, omitted. The mixed testimony makes Matt argue that omitentes was commitentes, correction, with another M there, committentes, which even if true, could have simply been a scribal error by the time of Codex Fuldensis, likely from after the original writing by Jerome. Matt has failed to show an alternative translation that makes sense, making this an interesting irrelevancy. He seemed really disappointed a while back when Grantley MacDonald burst his bubble and said this had some real relevancy. However, he wants to weed hack it some more. And I cordially asked Matt if he wanted to take the argument against Jerome authenticity and we could have a real discussion. Matt has not even responded, a typical lack of integrity. In fact, he constantly ignores my request for him to deal with the super evidences rather than his boorish attempts at nibbling at the edges with convoluted and weak arguments. And going on his website, I remember once I did a thorough search for the Father, the Word, and the Holy Ghost. And no, it was in Greek, those words. And I also searched for them without the articles, and they appeared nowhere on his whole site. Like, he didn't even want the words Father, Word, and Holy Spirit on his site. It's like he just calls it the comma, and then like he has, those individual things. But I was just like, man, like surely, like he's basically sort of like erased it from history, sort of thing. Anyway, so he has these weak arguments, but he doesn't deal with these things as solecism in short text. Cyprian issues that he says E301, the Vulgate Prologue that we're dealing with today, and the Council of Carthage. And so this is something that Mike Ferrando and Mike Holner have talked about. Now, Mike Ferrando and Mike Holner, I recently pointed them to one of Turretin Fan's latest videos and writings on his blog, that he said that Mike Ferrando was being irrational and all the rest of it and not really quoting things properly. And he sort of made out that he was just like a King James only sort of guy, just a weirdo. And he worked for the Library of Congress for 30 years as a researcher. It's like, I don't think Turretin Fan knows that. And so anyway, and what he did is he played him in a debate against James Snapp, where he couldn't see the screen. He was going through medical issues and he was nearly blind. So he was getting Mike Holner to read stuff that was on the screen. And so it was a pretty wild thing to do, to still have a debate. But he's written about this in his book. So it's like, well, look at my book, and, vast majority of things that that Turretin Fan was talking about were just simply nothings. And so it's been quite interesting to see what Mike Ferrando wrote back and to me just in email and said, well, what about this, and he just went through a whole bunch of other stuff and other evidences and things. And I was like, yeah, I don't think he's done his homework on this one. But it seemed a little bit James Whitish, that sort of, mocking. like in all honesty, like I don't really go with the whole thing about the tongues in their mouth and all that sort of stuff. Like, I just don't know, because I know that Catholics and Orthodox have a whole bunch of miracles that I go, I don't believe in that. Mary did this and so did this, and there was apparitions and so, but I've got no doubt that someone wrote about this and was talking about this type of history, whether they've been like hyper, sort of superstitious, or whether they've like, because I'm not a cessationist. I do believe miracles and healings and things can happen, but some of these weird things, and I think Turretin Fan was right to point those things out. But at the end of the day, it's sort of like when you're just telling a story, it doesn't mean you're just in 100% agreement with it. But I was also sort of, when I heard that story at first, I was like, well, I don't know about the whole thing of, healings and these sort of things happening then, because there are plenty of people like Benny Hinn around who claim all that sort of stuff. But what we're looking at, regardless of whether all that happened, is more so looking at what was in that book and what was in the confession. And I sort of felt Turretin Fan was sort of trying to minimize that as much as possible. Where if you're going to do that, you've really got to know everything about that. And I would have gone through all of Mike's material on that issue rather than just the debate with James Snapp. I'll catch up on these comments. Everyday Man of God says, Emery, I've heard them say The New Testament has changed because of Dead Sea Scrolls. Such ignorance. Yeah. Bereith Press is a great source for the Masoretic text. Yes. He's on the Textus Receptus Academy. Brilliant guy. And he's the last guy I actually interviewed. Joseph Weissman, Jewish guy, Christian. Really good material. Like on the Old Testament, he's just walking through their arguments and going, no, that's wrong. Consider this. And I read it and I'm like, mind blown. Just like, just such good argumentation. Emerio says, the world will finally have a Bible that isn't offensive, and they can all accept a universal Bible from an all-inclusive God. It's crazy. Tribe with Fire says, I think it was Phil Stringer who said mainstream text criticism academia already have the one world Bible. Everyday Man of God Ministry says, it's very sad the degree of deception when their unity is confusion and leads them to giving up and following leaders that make them feel good. Yeah, it's so weird. It's like, we send our kids away to Bible college and they became unbelievers because they, and the more zealous you are to know the truth of the academy, the quicker you become an unbeliever. You become a Bart Ehrman really fast. And it's like, they're trying to curb that. How can you curb it when you're teaching it too, and you've already burnt every bridge to the King James TR position. And so that's not an option. So you can never go over that bridge. Noel says, can you check Luke 2:35? I think the brackets are meant for the reader. New versions make it seem like he's talking to Mary by adjusting the brackets, which may lead to Immaculate Heart worship. Is the NA text like a sandbox where you can pick your own readings? Yes, sort of. They have a smorgasbord there. But also, if it's in double brackets, that means it's not in there. It shouldn't be in there. So I guess if you're talking about looking at the NA28 there. Tribe with Fire says Jacques Basnage and Paris, French Huguenot theologians, were highly critical of Simon. Okay, yes, very good. And they might even, Avery might even talk about this. Okay, so Avery says, and I explained how James Snap has ducked the Vulgate Prologue authenticity issue. Yeah, I sort of feel like with James Snap, like I debated him on TR issues. Now, I have explained this before, but I'll quickly just do it now. When I debated James Snap, he had like 10 verses that we were going to debate on. And I was like, cool. So I started studying them and going through them and doing my due diligence not to have a boring debate. So I went through all that. And then I was like, hey, James, how you going? Are you cool for this date and that date? And he was like, yeah, cool. But perhaps, and he dropped like 4 of them and added like another 7 or something verses. And I'm like, oh, those 4 I really wanted to talk about as well, because I'd already gone through them all. And, I went through all of them and I was just slowly building up better and better case. And it's like, oh, well, okay. And so I studied these other ones. And then it was like, okay, James sort of getting ready to do the debate. And it was even like 2 or 3 days before he changed most of the verses. I'm like, where are you? And I was like, no, let's stick with these. But he didn't want to debate Revelation 16:5 at all. And that's one of the main ones I wanted to debate on. But, I was just letting him choose, And so when we got to the debate, I was sort of, a lot of my study, probably about 70% of all that I'd studied was just a waste because we didn't even touch on those verses. And so and then he was just sort of saying I was a flat earther, and I was just like, oh, that was a bit of a waste of time. So anyway, and Grantley MacDonald has shown some interest, but in a matter that is prove it to me, to my satisfaction without a doubt, ho-hum syndrome, rather than simply a public discussion where both sides lay out their position and interact. Yeah, I have thought of maybe offering for Grantley MacDonald to come on the program and interview him, but I'm just not sure. It's like, maybe we can just read through his book and get that position. I was actually thinking of buying his book the other day, So I thought, well, that way I can at least represent him properly. Okay, so then we got Matt. I guess this is the JW guy again. So he talks here, and Avery comments, I've rarely seen a stupider argument than the one that Matt Omnites Commitentes question somehow is fundamental to the Vulgate Prologue of Jerome, and how the prologue supports the authenticity of the heavenly witnesses. Matt, why not try and make a real argument against the Vulgate Prologue authenticity? Snap has declined to respond. Grantley put up too many illogical prove it to me conditions. So why don't you simply try and make the argument? Some modern scholars try to use that argument that Jerome only translated the Gospels, which I've shown to be a non-starter. So we went through that material. Bill Brown insists on being as dumb as Matt on the two-letter variant, adding Brownite insults. And so, yeah, Bill Brown is the guy, maestro, so he is absolutely toxic. And then the sick Bill Brown denies any insults while making more. And the fellow is really sick, yes, and I would absolutely agree with that. He is sort of like a, Jay Dyer, sort of. He's sort of like the he's a Stephen Anderson of the Commonwealth. Let's put it that way. He will stand up on the pulpit and scream at you and bash you with an electrical cable. More dumb stuff from Matt. So obviously Stephen Avery's just throwing this stuff. He's having a bit of a time with the JW guy, and with Bill Brown, who's the toxic guy, and with Grantley MacDonald, who's the atheist guy. The Stephen Avery's going through it here. My deepest sympathies to Stephen Avery. Matt, I keep repeating the point. How does Avery know there are only 2 copying errors in all of the pseudographic para-text prologues? Has he compared all existing Vulgate manuscripts with the pseudographic paratext to see if they match 100%? Where's his proof? So this is from Matt. How does Matt know that there are not 1,000 errors in the New World Translation? Where's his proof? Matt asks the dumbest questions. He pretends that I claim some sort of preservational perfection for the whole Vulgate prologue, which is just a joke fabrication, a form of lying. So what if there were a couple of other small variant questions in the Vulgate prologue? Is transmission from Jerome to Feldensis, in transmission from Jerome to Feldensis to later manuscripts? So what? This sort of thing. The key issue is the heavenly witnesses loud and clear. So they're sort of dealing with these tiny little issues here and there, like, oh, this word was crossed out and this other word was put in there, and it's like, yeah, but read the whole paragraph is talking about, the unfaithful scribes are doing this and doing that, and the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, the Trinitarian verse that is represented in the Father, Word, and Spirit. So it has all that, and then it says the unfaithful scribes, unfaithful translators are only having the Spirit, the water, and the blood there. It describes a whole bunch of stuff, and they're just going, well, one word says this, that overrides everything. Straining at a gnat, swallowing a camel. And the other BVDB, try saying that at 3 hours and 25 minutes into your live stream. So that's the Bible version debate group. Posters sort of try and pretend that Matt is saying something coherent or substantive. They have to play dumb. So I would say this really relates to Jordan fan stuff. So this is, if he could read through that, have a good look. Maybe he did read through this. I'm not saying he hasn't. I'm not saying I'm critiquing everything that he said there, because it was 6 months ago, but I did re-listen to it just recently, but I didn't take particular attention. I was just going through like data mining. I was like, oh, that's interesting. He did a video of that. I did a response video, and so I went through them both. By the way, this is the only manuscript for this text historically since its first printing and known to be extant. So that must be Matt. As far as we know, true today, however, Matt has not demonstrated this historically. Anyway, so he's talking about Matt quite a lot here. So I'm just going to go through this material. On origin, let's see if Matt ever attempts to make any sort of coherent point. He can try to say it's not from origin, or he can try and say that the scholium is not a heavenly witness illusion. Till then, it's all a big nothing. And then he said, yep, posting an image and saying, there it is not an argument for anything but a big yawn. Okay, so then he's talking about calm forums. So this is Matt Slick's forum. And on Matt Slick's forum, he does talk. I think Stephen Avery jumped on there quite a lot. And oftentimes he would post, forums, calm. And sometimes they would delete threads as well, I think maybe to save room or whatever. So he would oftentimes grab material. And I'm glad that he did, because some of these Yahoo groups and calm forums disappear. So it's great that when you're having a good intellectual debate somewhere, to grab that material and just at least save it on your computer or something. I have dump pages. Sometimes I'll find a Facebook thread about a verse, and I'll just open up every little connecting thing and copy the whole thing and put it into a Word document and just type in this verse dump page, because then I can always search for it later. But then what I do is I put it into ChatGPT and say, what's the main thing being discussed and what's the main argument against it? And it puts it all in order. It's quite amazing. Bible Protector says, for your information, Jerry was also a historicist. Okay. He was Bible Protector. Okay, it says Bible Protector. I thought it was Bible Highlight for a sec there. Good to see you, brother. Noel says, Brian Ross says the early Greek manuscripts might have been from outside the state church, such as the Paulicians, as the number of manuscripts decrease during the times they were persecuted. Thoughts? Yeah, interesting. I don't know that much about the history of it. I know enough just to fudge my way through, but yeah, talking about how many manuscripts there were and things like that, it is hard to say. And there are sometimes in history big things occur, but they're not really written about. Like Library of Alexandria, for example, oftentimes it's just claimed that the Christians burnt it down, but when you go through the history of it, it's like there was a tsunami. A lot of people don't talk about that, which destroyed a lot of Alexandria. There was also a series of fires over hundreds and hundreds of years that burnt certain parts of the library down that were some were accidental, some from war. And so, yeah, just a once-off thing. It's sort of like Council of Nicaea importance on some things. Sometimes it's just little events that happen rather than a big, huge thing. And that can change the way that you view everything. So sometimes even just having a cursory knowledge of the early church, it doesn't help. You've really got to do a deep dive. And even just doing this with Jerome, because I was talking to Turin Fan just a while back, and he was like, well, it's pseudo-Jerome, And so going through this material is just solidified in me. It's like, absolutely, this is proven to be Jerome. Anyway, let's continue. Since the Vulgate Prologue is clearly a first person, actually, I'll read this. So it says, are you claiming that both anonymous and pseudo-anonymous author of the pseudographic paratextual commentary in the Fuldensis? So someone's saying that. So I guess this is all Stephen Avery's response. Since the Vulgate Prologue is clearly a first person writing from Jerome, writing to Eustochium, and fitting Jerome on its topics, including the accusation that he was a falsifier of Scripture, it is deceptive to call the prologue anonymous, etc. It can only be A, Jerome, B, a highly skilled and knowledgeable scholar pretending to be Jerome with the clout to get his forgery written into the manuscript line writing not long after his passing. Also, the learned Victor of Capua would have to be one of those fooled by the forgery. And I would just add, and someone who also knew the intricate writings between Jerome and Eustochium, where Eustochium says to Jerome, can you write this? So they have those letters as well. The attempts to find a writer for the prologue other than Jerome have been total failures. There were efforts around 1910 which ended up refuted and abandoned. Ironically, some have theorized that some total unknown really wanted to push the Heavenly Witness verse, and this led to the whole prologue supposed forgery, breach for sale. Thus, Ockram's razor strongly favors Jerome on the foundation question. Isn't it amazing just going with, like, trying to get people to go, it's actually Jerome, because once you have that slander against you, where it's like, hey, you're a deviant, you're a pervert, or you're a child molester, or you're on the Epstein list, or whatever. It's like, how do you make yourself innocent from that type of thing? Everyone's going to talk, and so here we have something, it's a forgery, and then it's like, well, this forgery, it's going to stay a forgery. We don't care how many pesky facts get in the way of our story. We're going to keep that story. So especially when the original attempt to call the prologue a forgery was largely based on its lateness in extant manuscripts. So that was the main thing, which has been completely debunked. At that time, around 1700, the prologue was thought to have entered the manuscript line very late, around AD 800. Now, since AD 1850, and the text by Ranke, we know about Fuldensis. If the truth of Jerome's authorship were accepted, the Heavenly Witness contras would pretty much have to shut up shop or would have to close up shop. So they must throw as much sand as possible. And that's what I'm seeing. What do they really have? There's really no substance to what's being said. In fact, the more that we examine Jerome's prologue, the more that we can see it just makes sense to say it's genuine. But it's got the comma in it, so you can't do that, because we've got our story that we believe, and we don't want to let go of that. We've grown fond of our story. Emilio says, so many things would have to fall in place for it to be forgery. Yeah, and the fact that they claimed it was a forgery because the manuscripts were old, and they found newer manuscripts, and it's like, but they're still going with the same story. It's like, it's not really making sense. Textual arguments that part of the New Testament are not of Jerome. So this is the next sort of stage where it's like, okay, well, maybe it's not a forgery. Jerome's preface, maybe it's not a standalone forgery. Maybe a lot of the New Testament is not Jerome, it's someone else. And Jerome, even though 5 times he said that he did the whole New Testament, it's wishful thinking. No one can do that. Tyndale can pretty much say, if he wasn't murdered, he would have done the whole Bible. But it's like, no, Jerome couldn't do that. It's impossible. It's impossible for one man to do that, H.A.G. Houghton wrote, for example, in Galatians 5:9, he, Jerome, adjusts the lemma of his commentary to read, and it's got the Latin there, and it says, a little yeast leavens the whole mixture, and observes, and it's got the Latin there, and it says, our manuscripts are wrong. in reading a little yeast spoils the whole lump, as the translator has conveyed his own understanding rather than the words of the apostle. It is most likely that Jerome would have allowed this form to persist in his letter and the identical phrase at 1 Corinthians 5:6 if he had been responsible for the Vulgate text of these epistles. So he's saying Jerome would never have let this happen. And so it's these type of tiny little bits where it's like, see, that's not Jerome. And so, yeah, Stephen Avery's just looking at these arguments by Houghton. So another tag, number 37, H.A.G. Houghton wrote, the principal evidence for the identity of the translator is the prologue to the Pauline epistles, which begins primum quae et tutor. This includes views concerning Hebrews, which runs counter to Jerome and was written in Rome by someone at odds with the local community. So it says here, this prologue does not have any of the first person material from Jerome. So it would not have to be either Jerome or a skilled, crafty, deceptive forger with lots of clout. So in that sense, it is an excellent contrast to Jerome's prologue to the Canonical Epistles. And so Stephen Avery is saying, well, sometimes these things are amended and things like that. And then he's saying, here's his prologue, so the Vulgate preface to Paul's letters. And this is on Tertullian, Father Jerome, preface Paul's letters. However, other scholars point out that the issue of Pauline authorship is not of Hebrews. If it's Pauline authorship or not, could easily have been simply a shift in viewpoint of Jerome. So apparently he was saying it probably is not Paul, but then in somewhere else he's saying it was Paul. But then apparently Avery's just saying, well, someone's pointed out he could have just changed his mind. But perhaps, without reading this, I've heard people say that it was Luke. Paul and Luke knew each other. Perhaps Luke was the amanuensis there. So it was actually, but actually there is a footnote at the end of Hebrews that says it was written by Timothy. But at the beginning of the book, it says the Apostle Paul to the Hebrews, which is interesting. So I think he wrote it, Paul wrote it, and Timothy was the amanuensis, or Paul dictated it and Timothy wrote it down. So perhaps it's talking about those things. I'm just not sure. Maybe I should look at this preface. I'll just quickly crack that open. I don't want to spend too much time on that. Maybe I can write Paul. Okay. The beginning of the prologue to the letters of Paul the Apostle. It says, truly some have contended the letter which was written to the Hebrews not to be of Paul, because it is not titled with his name. Okay, I have read through this somewhere. It says it cannot be of Paul because it does not have his name. Okay. So some people are saying that, and perhaps elsewhere he says something different. I'm not really sure. Just type in Hebrews. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. You can see that in the review by Herman Joseph Fried, reviewed by Elreed Cody in 1988, the Catholic Biblical Quarterly, and it's got all that fancy Latin writing there. And it says, I do not see any imperative that the prologue would need to be written in Rome. So sometimes people are saying things about certain books, certain prefaces that you can't really prove. And we see that with Erasmus. Pretty much everything about Erasmus is just twisted and changed, and things are read into other things. And sometimes if you can just surmise a story about one thing about Erasmus, like James White believing that he didn't like the book of Revelation or didn't think it was written by John, he just says that, and then that opens up a can to like, well, Erasmus didn't care about the Bible. He just makes up a whole bunch of stuff from there. So that's what I see with these guys. It's a Bart Ehrman type of tactic. It's a Bruce Metzger type of teaching. You just open up a door and then you can just say whatever you want. And so it seems like that's happening on this issue. So then we got a quotation. What is more, in his commentary on the 4 Pauline epistles, he criticizes the existing Latin translation and provides his own alternative for Latin New Testament, page 34. So William Kelly dates the writing to AD 387, just a few years after the Gospels and long before the epistles, based on the Vulgate Prologue dating. Okay, this is more in support of Jerome's translating the Canonical Epistles than against. Notice that the addressee was Paula and Eustochium. When Jerome wrote the Vulgate Prologue, the addressee was Eustochium and Paula, 347 to 404. Paula had passed away. It will be interesting to compare any verses Jerome criticizes to the Vulgate text. Andrew Kane is very helpful. Jerome's commentaries on the Pauline epistles and the architecture of exegetical authority, 2021, Andrew Kane. So it's a Google book there. And I have not looked at any of these since my AM today includes breakfast at Kelly's in Poughkeepsie using the iPad 12.9, and it's more a study for the home computer. Hugh Houghton with his book on Galatians 5:9 there. He's got a link. I won't go there. William Henry Fremantle died in 1916. It says he also, at the request of Damascus, revised the New Testament, of which the old Versio Itala was very defective. The preface addressed to Damascus is a good critical document pointing out that the old version had been varied by transcribers and asking if anyone has the right version, which is it. It was intended as a preface to the Gospels only, but from the record of his works in the list of ecclesiastical writers, which states that he had restored the New Testament according to the original Greek, as well as from other passages, we infer that the whole version was completed. So that's a historian saying he wrote the whole New Testament and claimed to do that. So then we got Westcott. And on Pure Bible Forum, it says Jerome, who writes accurately, affirms he revised the entire New Testament. And it says the only real argument left against Jerome's authorship of the Vulgate Prologue is the false modern scholarship claim that Jerome only translated the Gospels. So Trudem fan put this on me not long ago. A claim that John Chapman tore to shreds. This shred will look at just the question of what Jerome affirmed, since we are not. Okay, and this is the last section for this page, but I think I'm just going to keep going. So Paul Gibson says, I actually subscribe to Re-examining God and tacos, but was so much blindness to Scripture because of the total rejection of the King James Version, I finally gave up trying to keep their universalist followers. Okay, I'm not really familiar with that one. Noel says, where did Jerome get the wrong reading of Genesis 3:15 when Origen got it right before him? The seed of the woman verse. I'm not sure about that. I'll have to look into it. Emryo says, this whole thing on the authenticity of Jerome's prologue reminds me of a courtroom drama where evidence is presented, but the jury is instructed to ignore it It's like a movie. Yeah. And it becomes quite funny once you know it and you're very learned on a certain area in this. It's like, it's funny to watch people just reject it and just to throw dust in the air, and sort of become like a howler monkey, you know. Okay, so I'll read through this. 17, the preface to Damascus speaks only of a revision of the Gospels, and a question has been raised whether Jerome really revised the remaining books of the New Testament. Augustine, AD 603, speaks only of the Gospel quoted above, and there is no preface to any other books, such as is elsewhere found before all Jerome's versions or editions, but the omission is probably due to the comparatively pure state in which the text of the New Testament was preserved. Damascus had requested a revision of the whole, and when Jerome had faced the more invidious and difficult part of his work, there was no reason to think that he should shrink from the completion of it. In accordance with this view, he, in bold, enumerates in 398 among his works the restoration of the Latin version of the New Testament, harmony with the original Greek. And then it says that in Latin, and it says, it is yet more directly conclusive as to the fact of this revision that in writing to Marcella in 385 on the charges which had been brought against him for introducing changes to the Gospels, he quotes 3 passages from the epistles in which he asserts the superiority of the present Vulgate reading to that of the Old Latin. And so we're looking at Romans 12:11, 1 Timothy 5:19, and 1 Timothy 1:15. An examination of the Vulgate text with the quotations of anti-Jeromean fathers and the imperfect evidence of manuscripts, it itself sufficient to establish the reality and character of the revision. It will be apparent from a collation of a few chapters taken from several of the latter books of the New Testament, but it will also be obvious that the revision was hasty and imperfect, and in latter times the line between Jerome and old texts became very distinct. Old readings appear in manuscripts of the Vulgate, and on the other hand, no manuscripts represents a pure African text of the Acts and Epistles. Okay, so the main thing is there is Jerome defended his text by quoting by quoting Romans and 2 verses from 1 Timothy and saying, look how superior my translation is. So that's interesting. People were saying, oh, you've corrupted the text. And he's like, look, I've actually made the text better. Here's some examples. And so that proves that he was doing more than just the Gospels. So there you go. That's just another thing written off completely. So we're at number 41 here. The early versions of the New Testament, 1977, reprint, 2001 by Bruce Metzger. At this point of the discussion, the Greek text underlying the Vulgate will be appropriate to consider the question, how much of the New Testament Vulgate is really Jerome's work? The commonly accepted opinion has been that having finished the revision of the Gospels in 384, Jerome performed his work on the rest of the New Testament in a much more cursory manner, leaving much of the Old Testament Latin as he found it. During the 12th century, however, this view was vigorously opposed by several Roman Catholic scholars. So it says here in a note, sometimes it is assumed that this part of the Old Latin New Testament had been less corrupted than the Gospels and Acts, and so required less attention from Jerome. Okay, so that's an interesting point that someone's made there, that perhaps there were certain parts of that, because he was updating a Latin text that was already there, and matching it with the Greek, perhaps it was actually already quite good. And so he didn't have to amend it that much, which made for quicker work. But even then, it's like, I mean, look at Tyndale. Tyndale, like all that he done, and he was on the run, you know. So Jerome didn't have those type of problems. The Benedictine Donatien de Brunei proposed the astonishing thesis that what is commonly taken to be Jerome's Vulgate text of the Pauline epistles is none other than the work of Pelagius. So this is something that comes up. The arguments advanced in support of this opinion are chiefly two. A, in his commentaries, Jerome frequently quotes with approval a form of the text of the Pauline epistles, which he himself rejected in the Vulgate. And B, Pelagius not only cites the text of the Vulgate, but knew Greek well enough to produce such a version. Next, the Domitian M.J. Lorengo, while not accepting the role of Pelagius in the production of the Vulgate, argued in such a way to lead readers to conclude that he denied that Jerome had any part in producing the Vulgate text of Romans and Galatians. A few years later, the Jesuit Ferdinand Calvera went beyond de Brunei and denied that Jerome had any part in making the Vulgate text of Acts, the epistles, and the Apocalypse. So, you know, it has to be anyone except for Jerome. It's so strange. As would be expected, these views did not lack opponents who just as vigorously upheld the traditional view. Notable among them were these guys. And so we've got some fancy names: Chapman, Salter, and others, in opposition to de Brunei, Chapman. And so then we have this cut out, and it looks like it's in, oh no, it's in English. Down here it says, in his rebuttal of Mangonot, Lagrange says, or Lagrange, I think it is, says that it was his intention to show that Jerome had begun to use his commentaries, a text which approached that which he was to issue later as the Vulgate, but which had not yet been freed from as many Old Latin traits as the Vulgate. And so I guess he's writing commentaries, so he's using other texts, and then later on he's overriding those texts with his own readings. So it says here, in opposition to de Brunei, Chapman maintained that at the time Pelagius wrote his commentaries on Paul, he knew no Greek and proposed no Greek variant readings. Furthermore, Salter found reason to believe that the scribe of manuscript Augiensis, see below, of Pelagius's expositions had replaced the original Lemata with the text of Jerome's Vulgate. The chief proof that Jerome was then reviser of the entire New Testament, according to Chapman, is the uniformity of the principles according to which the Vulgate text as a whole differs from the Old Latin. In refutation of the argument based on the circumstance that Jerome approves in his commentaries what he rejects in his translation, Chapman argued that A, Jerome found reason to change his opinion on certain textual details during the interval between writing his commentaries and the time that Chapman thought he had completed his final revision of the Vulgate, AD 391. And in other cases, Jerome was simply inconsistent in his literary work. Okay, that's very interesting. So I guess that's where, when we looked earlier at Erasmus talking about Jerome, where it says, you know, sometimes he's inconsistent. Well, this guy's saying that, but it's not really a dig at Jerome. It's just saying, you know, sometimes in other prefaces and other things that he's written, he's saying certain things, but then later on he changes his mind. So he's actually growing as a scholar as he's doing this work, and he's coming up with other ideas and concepts. And he's like, okay, well, the verses that I was quoting 20 years ago are different now, because I've gone through and looked at all these, compared them with the Greek, and so it's very interesting. It says here, snip detail on Pelagius's series. Then it says, so he's just cut a bit out there. In any case, it appears that the most that can be said with certainty is that the Vulgate text of St. Paul's epistles came into being in the closing years of the 4th century at the latest. Its author is unknown, although he is to be identified with the man who gave to the Vulgate at least the Catholic epistles, and perhaps the whole of the New Testament apart from the Gospels. If it be asked why Jerome, having begun with the Gospels, did not continue with the rest of the New Testament, it may well be that Jerome's zeal for Hebraica Peritus led him to abandon, after the Gospels, his project to revise the entire New Testament. So he claims 5 times that he wrote the New Testament, but apparently that's not good enough. You've just got to look at all these shadows and weird sort of typology and just you just got to make up stuff, really, and then you go, well, that proves that he didn't write it. There's really nothing to this. Like, going through this, there's nothing that hits me in the face and causes me to go, yes, that's a really good point, and probably this was not written by Jerome. So let's continue. Year of Creation. And so this is the book by Grantley MacDonald, Biblical Criticism in Early Modern Europe, Erasmus, the Johannine Comma, and the Trinitarian Debate. Page 211. Emlyn applauded Mill's refusal to credit the improbable notion that the comma was erased by heretics, and his rejection of the prologue to the Catholic epistles at the work of some silly rhapsodist after Bede's time. So it says here, just one of many examples historically how the supposed late dating of the Vulgate prologue was key to the opposition to its authenticity. So to people who say that the verse didn't exist, I mean, here we have something early saying it did exist, and we have proof that it was being unfaithfully translated. We have proof that it was in Greek, that it was falling out of the Latin. Jerome wanted to put a stop to that type of thing. So of course they're going to be attacking other versions, other editions, other copies, even the Greek. They're going to be attacking those as well if they are dead set against having it in the Latin. Surely they don't want it in anything. Grantley, so it's Grantley MacDonald, should have told his readers that this reason was anachronistic, false, much like he frequently did with defender arguments that Grantley left, rightly or wrongly, were no longer valid. And so we see this type of thing mentioned. And so it says, Mill rejected the prologue to the Catholic epistles as the work of some silly rhapsodist. So he is not allowing the facts to get in the way of this funny little story that Mill said this. So we see here John Mill, as per James Pearce, John Mill has shown it was written after Bede's time, a little before the 8th century. He means the 9th, for Bede died about the middle of the 8th century. And so it is written here. Now let's try and make some of this out. I'm guessing this is John Mill. Actually, it's all in Latin, so it will not help. But then we've got Richard Pawson in 1790. A probable argument that it was not even extant in his Bede's life, page 296. So I was looking at an argument given to me by a person on the Textus Receptus Academy that pointed to Bede having the Comma Johanneum in his writings in a document that was published in 1941. I was given that. I don't have access to look at the full article, but it does seem like Bede is quoting the comma, which is quite interesting. So this would go against what Erasmus knew, so he didn't know of this, and other people, Richard Pawson, many other people, I guess right up until 1941, have not known that in our time. It says here, we may therefore suppose that the prologue was written in some part of the time between Bede's death and the 9th century. So that's Richard Pawson. Okay. Just anyone but Jerome. Okay. William Orme. Now, he looks very, very familiar. I'm going to look up his name. Go to my search. Okay, William. Well, I have stuff written on him. Not much. I did write out his stuff, and so I have stuff that I have not put on my website. I remember I spent a few days going over his stuff, and again, paying someone to do so. For this fact, therefore, the prologue is good evidence, and for nothing more, unless it be to show that the writer was imposing upon the credulity of an illiterate age, we believe this work to have been a forgery of the 8th century. So it was written in 1825, but you can sympathize with these guys. They're before the full evidence was known, before 1868. Sorry, yeah, 1868. And so, but people who are saying this same stuff today, they obviously don't know the history. Thomas Turton, 1827, fabrication is of the 8th or 9th century, page 185. Let us then suppose, with many learned men, that the prologue was first published in the 8th century, page 207. William Orme, 1829, some sophisticator of the 6th or 7th century. It's becoming like Erasmus had 5 manuscripts, no 6, no 10, no 20, no, 200. William Wright in 1835, shown by the Benedictine editors of Jerome's works to be a forgery, and is at least 3 centuries later than that father. So you can feel with these guys, they're just trying their best, but they don't have all the information, which, sometimes you look at things and do we have all the information today on everything? We just got to be careful that we're not making decisions on fragmentary work. So it's a forgery. It's at least 3 centuries later than that father, Pseudo-Jerome, which is universally admitted to have been written at least as long ago as the 8th or 9th century, and is placed by the Sabater in the 7th and by Bengal in the 6th, page 625. There is no manuscript of the Catholic Epistles extant of this version, generally supposed to be of an earlier date than the end of the 8th century. John Scott Porter in 1848 says perhaps had been composed as early as the 8th. Scribner in 1861 says the Prologus Galetus in 7 Epistolis Canonicus, in which the author complains of the omission of verse 7, is certainly not Jerome's, and begins to appear in codices about the 9th century. So it says here, ironically, Scribner kept his note, proven to be false in the latter editions of Plain Introduction, It was even in his 1894. Wow, how's that? The Scrivener, Scrivener was a critical text guy. Just because he did an edition of the TR, basically Beezers with a small haircut, that doesn't mean he's a TR guy. He was commissioned by Ellicott, Westcott and Hort to do that work. The Dublin Review, 1882, recent evidence in support of 1 John 5:7 by Charles Vincent Dolman, and says, everyone who has read anything of this discussion knows how important a place is held by a certain prologue to the Canonical Epistles, commonly ascribed to St. Jerome. The writer of that prologue finds fault with certain unfaithful transcribers for omitting the verse containing the testimony of the heavenly witnesses. For it were but certain that this preface come from the pen of St. Jerome. Sorry, I was just vaguing out a little bit there. I might need to just stop, have a bit of a drink. If it were but certain that this preface came from the pen of St. Jerome, there would be an end to the discussion, or rather, the discussion would never have had a beginning. All we know of the preface is this, that it was found in almost all the Latin Bibles from the 9th century onwards, with or without Jerome's name attached. Paris Simon was the first to question its authenticity of the prologue, etc. So it says here, everyone who has read anything on the discussion, okay, so that's just written out exactly what's written there. Then it says, Benedictine editors of St. Jerome added weighty reasons for denying it to be St. Jerome's. Since their time, the preface has been commonly rejected by critics and looked upon as an impudent forgery from the 9th century. Thus, one of our strongest witnesses was discredited and driven out of court, to the great injury of the cause. Now, of late years, fresh evidence has been adduced, which tends to prove that the critics were too hasty, and that in all probability, the prologue is the genuine work of St. Jerome. At Fulda, there is an Old Latin New Testament manuscript which bears an eventful history. This being interpreted by the learned editor means that Victor, Bishop of Capua, read or corrected this manuscript in the year 546. Immediately following this note, we find the prologue to the Canonical Epistles. St. Jerome's name is not found, but the name of Eustochium sufficiently denotes who was the writer. Here, then, we have a most important fact. The disputed prologue, the cast-off forgery of the 9th century, is contained in a manuscript written a little more than a century after Jerome's death. It is not comparable that the manuscript is even older, and that the above date only records the time. It is not improbable that the manuscript is even older, and that the date only records the time when the Bishop of Capua corrected the text and prefixed his own preface about the Ammonian sections. The scribe who copied the text copied also the prologue, which must have stood in his exemplar, unless indeed he wrote it himself and palmed off his forgery oil, the Bishop of Capua, who ended the preface, which he himself wrote with these words. And then it's got a bunch of Latin. It says, "It is then quite clear that, proving all things, Victor of Capua in 546 approved the prologue to the Canonical Epistles as the genuine work of him whose name is inseparably linked with that of Saint Eustochium. In the presence of this fact, Dom Martienne's arguments from internal grounds have a bit of weight. It is true that St. Jerome usually called these letters Catholic and not canonical. No man is perfectly consistent in his language, and certainly St. Jerome was not. In one place, at least, he calls St. Peter's Epistles canonical. That statement about conforming the Latin to the Greek order of these epistles presents no difficulty, for it is clear from St. Augustine and Cassiodorus that many in the Latin versions before St. Jerome's revision, St. Peter's Epistle stood first. We are hardly in a position to deny that St. Jerome may have found the heavenly witnesses in Greek manuscripts of his day, simply because they are wanting in a few 4th century manuscripts, which have come down to us. So that's Vaticanus, Sinaiticus, etc. The most perplexing circumstance is that the very scribe who copied the prologue, rebuking faithless scribes, himself left out that verse. So also does the sister manuscript, the Codex Amiatinus, which, however, does not contain the prologue. This may have occurred here as elsewhere through the drowsiness of copyists, of which St. Jerome had so often reason to complain, but it is not improbable that the Codex Valdensis has undergone changes not approved by St. Jerome. For instance, it omits the passage in St. John's Gospel about the sinful woman, which we know St. Jerome comprised in his Vulgate, whilst it contains the epistle to the Laodiceans, of which he says, whatever the true explanation of the omission of the verse of those two manuscripts, there is no sufficient reason for saying, as many critics do, that St. Jerome gave the verse no place in his revision in the New Testament. So he said, a omnibus exploditor. So I guess it's sort of like saying it's not genuine or something. I'll quickly look at that. Okay, ChatGPT. I'll keep reading. The manuscript at Toledo, at La Cava and Wolfenbüttel, of almost equal antiquity, together with nearly all the Latin Bibles from the 9th century, prove the contrary. And the few which omit the verse itself still contain the prologue, like the Codex Valdensis, as a standing proof of the carelessness of their transcribers. We have then to thank Mr. Renke, the learned editor of the Codex Valdensis, for making known the fact that the much disputed prologue is no forgery of the 9th century, but in all probability the genuine work of St. Jerome, read and approved as such by Victor of Capua in 546. So that Latin section says it is rejected by everyone. So saying the epistle to the Laodiceans, very interesting. Now it's got this section here. And I'm pretty sure that's just what I read. Yep, that's exactly. He's just got the photo of it. Okay. Peregrinus in Raising the Ghost of Arius, and in the other book that McDonald's wrote. 77, Pseudo Jerome, Prologue to the Catholic Epistles in Wordsworth, White and Sparks, 1889 to 1954. And then it's got a ton of Latin, which I'm glad because I can skip over that. And, well, actually, maybe I can throw that Latin into my own little chat thing here. Translate, let's do that. And it looks like it's just Jerome's prologue. Okay. So we've read that so many times, but I'll just quickly read through it because I haven't read the whole thing today. If these epistles, just as they were arranged by those authors, had also been faithfully translated by translators into the Latin language, they would neither create ambiguity for readers, nor would the diversity of renderings conflict with one another, especially in that passage where we read about the unity of the Trinity in the first Gospel of John. In that epistle, we have discovered that the truth of the faith has been greatly corrupted by unfaithful translators who, in their own version, have inserted only the words of the three, that is, the water, the blood, and the Spirit, while omitting the testimony of the Father, Word, and the Spirit. In the testimony especially, the Catholic faith is strengthened, and the one substance of the divinity of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit is proved. Okay. So further on this preface, C. Berger suggests that the author may have read Cassiodorus's Institutiones, written in 544, just 2 years before Fuldensis was copied. However, I suggest that the degree of textual corruption in the text of the prologue as it stands in Fuldensis argues against such a close connection. Kunstl in 1905, 27 to 28, also found Berger's suggestion unlikely and instead attributed the preface to Peregrinus. Chapman, 1908, refuted Kunstl's attribution to Peregrinus, pointing out that the Spanish sources containing the preface all share certain textual corruptions not evident in copies from elsewhere, which one would not expect if the work had been composed in Spain. 79 says the preface is listed as spurious by Berger, 1904, 66, who notes the manuscripts in which it is found. Martin and Bledu suggested that the preface was written by Peregrinus. The suggestion was questioned by Chapman in 1908 and Bledu in 1921 on Jerome's role on the revision of the Gospels in the Vulgate. C. Fisher, 1975. So Peregrinus authorship summary. So this guy's name's coming up a bit. Kunstl, 1905, attributed the preface to Peregrinus. Chapman, 1908, refused Kunstl's attribution to Peregrinus. Martin, 1887, and Bledu, 1905, suggested that the preface was written by Peregrinus. This suggestion was questioned by Chapman, 1908, and Bledu, 1921. Presumably, Bledu had a change of mind. Okay. Vincent of Lorins, he died in 445, no mention by Grantley MacDonald, and there is a Wikipedia page on him. Through Egipius is another try from Chapman. And then it's got written here. Now, Victor of Capua got his Gospel and his Pauline epistles from Egipius. Probably he got his three prologues to Acts, Apocalypse, and Catholic epistles also from Egipius. And Egipius got them from Lorins. They were probably propagated from Lorins and also by Egipius. And so anyone except for Jerome, Kunstl, 1905, should say A or B. This is A. It has Communianium, and it's all written in German there. Then we have Chapman, and he's got the link there, and it says, to return to the prologue of the Catholic epistles, Professor Kunstl has suggested that Peregrinus was its author. Two considerations will dispose us of this notion once and for all. In the first place, Peregrinus was not a forger. Nay, he actually explains that the canons are by a famous heretic and says explicitly, Nemo putet ab Hieronymo factus. So That means no one thinks that they were made by Jerome. Secondly, his work in Spanish codices and their derivatives, while the prologue is widely diffused and appears in the Spanish codices in a corrupt form, it may have been introduced into Spain in a single copy, of which the first line was lost. So we have Chapman John Priscillian, the author of the Monarchian Prologues to the Vulgate Gospels, 1906, Notes on the Early History of the Vulgate Gospels, 1908. And then we've got these other books. I won't bore you with going through their Latin titles, and just know that there's all these different books there. Raymond Brown, the prologue has been attributed to Vincent of Lorins, who died in 450, and to Peregrinus. Chapman talks of a lost prologue to the Catholic Epistles by Priscillian. Okay, so let's go through that one. I'll just see if it's been written out. No, it's just a history, so let's go through that. Pseudo Jerome, Prologue to the Catholic Epistles in Wordsworth, White and Sparks. I actually did just read this. Yeah, so that is actually what I have just read through. That's great. So that means I'm a lot closer to finishing than I thought. Then we get to number 44, July 31, 2022. The quotation from HIILL 5 in the prologue. What is the Jerome or other Pelagius prologue? What is the high ill 5? I'm not sure about that. It could be, sometimes you go to Google Docs and you copy what's there and it's all wrong. But so we have written here, somewhat at odds with the local community, indeed, following the rediscovery of Pelagius's Pauline commentary, it was proposed that he himself was responsible for the Vulgate text of the epistles, as he also quotes from the prologue. More recently, the preferred candidate has been a Pelagian known as Rufinus, the Syrian, who also had connections with Jerome and came to Rome about the same time as his namesake Rufinus of Aquileia. The only writing attributed to Rufinus the Syrian is a Libidi Fide, composed in Rome before 411, when it was the object of Augustine's criticism in that Latin work. However, both Augustine's knowledge of this work and the very existence of Rufinus the Syrian are contested. The safest approach is to admit that the reviser of the books, other than the Gospels, in the Vulgate New Testament remains unknown, although the work appears to have been carried out in Rome after 393, the quotation from HI and then ill 5 in the prologue, and before 410, the latest date for Pelagius's commentary. Okay, so we are at number 45 here, and it says, the John Chapman problems in trying to find an alternative writer on the Heavenly Witnesses. And this is from Calm, so I'm not sure who wrote this, but it's CJAB. It says that the Vulgate prologue to the Canonical Epistles was not written by Jerome is founded on rather better evidence than that. First, it was evident that the prologue to the Canonical Epistle disclosed a fanatical monarchian proclivity reminiscent of Priscillian, which is what Chapman says on page 264. Notes on the early history of the Vulgate Gospels, 1908, in chapter Later Manipulations of the Prologues of Priscillian. And then it has a quote, I think it may be safely inferred that Pseudo Jerome had before him a prologue to the Catholic Epistles in which Priscillian defended this text, but Pseudo Jerome had made his expressions orthodox. And then another quote, at all events, I do not hesitate to ascribe the correct version of the Gospel prologues and the 3 other prologues to much the same date, probably rather in the early part of the 5th century, and to suppose that they are attached to the Vulgate about the same time and in the same circumstances, since they have so similar and wide a diffusion. And it has a little footnote here. Spanish Peregrinus, 5th to 8th century, was not a forger, nay, he carefully explains that the canons were by a famous heretic, and says explicitly, nemo putet ab Hieromino factus. No one thinks they were made by Jerome. You're looking at Priscillian as a likely author of the prologue to the Canonical Epistles, and which was later redacted by Pseudo-Jerome, which legitimized his monarchianism. I'll just continue. We're nearly finished. This is going to be great to get to the end of this, because I mean, this is like my 4th video on this, and I'm just reading through lots of stuff, but I've actually learned so much. CJEB says that the Vulgate prologue to the Canonical Epistles was not written by Jerome, is founded on rather better evidence than that. So I think I've just read that. First, is evident that the prologue to the Canonical epistle discloses a fanatical monarchian proclivity, reminiscent in Priscillian. That is what Chapman says, notes to the early history of the Vulgate, 1908, in chapter Latter Manipulations of the Prologues of Priscillian. So then it says here, you are misreading John Chapman. He never says that the prologue has a monarchian proclivity, much less fanatical, which is why you did not offer the quote from the prologue or even from Chapman. Let's first get your fundamental error corrected. Ironically, on the page you point to, Chapman says exactly the opposite in his awkward conjecturing. So it says here, I think it may be safely inferred that Pseudo-Jerome had before him a prologue to the Catholic epistles in which Priscillian defended his text, but Pseudo-Jerome has made his expressions orthodox. So then it continues, also this conjecturing has huge problems. It would have Priscillian working on the prologue before he died in AD 385. Thus, Jerome was being forged while he was very much alive, and also when only the Gospels had been translated. So I'm not sure of the timeline. I've said like 382, reading some of the earlier stuff, but maybe I've come to the wrong conclusion there. I was just saying 400. So we'll just stick to that round number until I actually pinpoint it. How could the usually astute and sharp John Chapman go so wrong? Likely influenced by the errant textual criticism decision against the authenticity of the Heavenly Witnesses verse. This was covered earlier, since Chapman had made the mystical error about the clear Cyprian usage of this verse. It says, Stephen Avery said, as far as we know, John Chapman did not do any special studies on the Heavenly Witnesses, so his comment here is really of no relevance other than to show the normal text critic indoctrination on this issue. Very common after publishing of the Westcott and Hort recension text. And it says, here is the best part of John Chapman's writing on the Vulgate prologue to the Canonical Epistles. And it says that the epistles is a downright forger, probably a different person. He not only speaks in the name of St. Jerome, but he addresses Eustochium. His first sentence is modeled on St. Jerome's prologue to the Minor Prophets, and then it's got a bunch of Latin there, and it says his last paragraph is a clever imitation of St. Jerome's repeated complaints of the enemies who attack his old age on account of his new translations. So then it goes back to the commentary by Avery. So we have an amazing, early, ultra-skilled and knowledgeable on Jerome, nefarious, unidentified, unknown, downright forger, somehow building an unknown, never-seen Priscillian prologue He also had the clout to get this supposedly trickster writing motive, the heavenly witnesses, into the Vulgate line. And so, this is the huge conspiracy. The most un-Ockram of possibilities. Eventually, John Chapman is proving Jerome's authorship to those who understand the issues. And then we have from Calm, it says, this shows you the complexity of trying to find the downright forger. Here we have an unknown phantom Priscillian prologue that has the heavenly witnesses. It's like a Q document. It has the heavenly witnesses and was plagiarized and modified before adding the forgery touches to pretend to be Jerome. Wow. And then the brilliant scoundrel has the clout to get it into the Vulgate line. Ockram has a much simpler explanation written by Jerome. It's very good. And then it says here, Facebook discussion 2025 with Peter Van Cleek, Everson and Golson. Thanks. One important tweak for both Everson and Golson. These gentlemen had been somewhat intimidated by the frivolous arguments against Jerome's. So I'll just quickly open that. I'll just see if there's anything there worth discussing or looking at. But it's interesting, we've got Peter Van Cleek. I'm not sure if that's junior or senior. Looks like senior. Oh yeah, this is on the Textus Receptus Academy. Yes, I do remember commenting on this. And so we've got Stephen Avery, and we've got Peter Van Cleek Senior, and we've got Peter Van Cleek Junior. So we're covering all the bases there. But I've gone for 4.5 hours, and we have completed this. So what I'll do is I'll just slowly start shutting some of these down. I don't need that open. I don't need that preface open. I'm not sure what that is. I guess it's the Tapper Talk page. My website here. And Thomas Horn. I've got to find that material again. Maybe I can just quickly search on my hard drive. Got an external hard drive that I can just dump things on. We'll have that searching in the background. Okay. I'll shut down ChatGPT. Okay, so I did find one thing of Horn. Footnote. 1 John 5, footnote. So yeah, I did say that I had studied him. So, yes. Okay, interesting. I'll just wait for anything else to pop up there. Raising the Ghost of Arius. So yeah, I'd recommend if you're going to do any comma work and find out what the contras are really saying, get this one. It's free online. Just search for it. And I was also going through this book, which is quite fascinating, talking about the comma. And this book is From Erasmus to Maius. And it's basically about history of Codex Vaticanus and New Testament textual scholarship. And they can't but talk about 1 John 5:7, because that's like, if Erasmus hadn't looked at that, people wouldn't know about it. But Erasmus looked at it, he talked about it, and so he looked at what Bombasius said about it, what Sepulveda said about it. So this is quite interesting, and it just goes through a whole bunch of stuff about the comma. Now, I think there was 81 places where it mentions the comma. Yeah, here. It's not all comma related though. Some of it is like commandments, this type of thing. But there is quite a lot of interesting things talking about the comma. And so I'm going to be going through that as well. but I might keep that open. What other web pages have we got here? Okay, so that was the Text and Canon Institute. What else have we got? Some biblical text. That's fine. I can leave those three open. What else do we have? We have the revision revised. The section where he's talking about 1 John 5:7. I think it's the page before. Yeah, here it is, 1 John 5:7. So that's Burgon. So Burgon is not a fan of 1 John 5:7. A lot of people would think that he would be. A book about Richard Simon, or a big article about him. I'll have to go through that material another day. Way of Life. So he has Simon. The next attack came from the pen of Roman Catholic priest Richard Simon. Simon was a forerunner of German high criticism, denying that Moses was the author of the Pentateuch. Very interesting. I'll shut that down. Oh, and we've got like 10 pages open here. Jeff Riddle's Johannine material. Okay, viewing a source there. Going back to my web page. Another Comma article. The Father's True Monarchy web page. Oh yeah, so this is the one with the commitentes or omitentes issue, which is sort of just like a typo, but it's sort of like, oh, well, maybe it does appear, if it has omitentes, it means omit. Commitentes, they can't really say that it means like to add, but it's interesting anyway. So, but what's good is all of this, he has like links to where you can look at these manuscripts. And Trudenfen actually wrote on this as well and looked at a lot of this material. So I guess what that does, it actually creates a bit of a backdrop to a lot of the Latin manuscripts that are available out there, and people have gone and found links, so it saves us looking all this stuff up when we're doing our lists. Now, Embryo says the whole thing on authenticity of Jerome's Prologue reminds me of a courtroom drama. I think I read this one, where evidence is presented, but the jury is instructed to ignore it, like a movie. So Emery had to bail. Be sure to like before you go, brothers. Yeah, that'd be great. Tribal Fire says, good night. God bless you, brother. Paul says, it is actually Rethinking God with Tacos, my era, a podcast by Jason Clark, a relational theologian, with associates Baxter Kruger and other guests. Okay. So Noel says, when you quote the KJV, people automatically know it's Bible. The archaic words are an advantage when we do street preaching. It sticks in our memory and of others. One interesting thing is when you're teaching something that is an old teaching, but people think that it's like new because they haven't got their head around it. When you're quoting the King James and you're saying it, and saying, look, the King James says this, and you're quoting thee, thou, this type of thing. It's like, it's got an air of authority about it. Like, hey, I haven't just made this up from a Passion Translation or something. Paul Gibson says, no, I'll agree. Plus the KJV has the advantage of the Strong's Concordance. Yes, the Strong's numbers are very helpful. Strong's Concordance is very interesting. The dictionary is, some of the definitions are a little bit funny at times, but the vast majority of them are okay. But Anchor David says, does Nick recommend Strong's Concordance or a different one? I usually just say don't stop there. I like the numbering system, but I don't stop there. I'll look at Strong's, I'll look at Vine's, I'll look at even though a lot of these are used by modern text critics. I'll pretty much look at everything, but if I'm going to settle something, I'll look at King James material and Theodore Beza, Stephanus, and also going through commentaries of Gill, Poole, Adam Clark, looking at all that. And usually you can get a very good and well-rounded understanding of something. If you're looking at, like, say, Greek definitions, I've got the works of Spyros Hyades there. I look at his work. It's quite good. There are errors, but you overlook some of these things, like with anything. Inga David says, I haven't followed Nick, but very recently. I would be shocked if Nick was not supportive of the Strongs, since every Hebrew word in the Old Testament and Greek in the New Testament is with meaning of each. I guess some things that I have wrong with Strongs is, like, say, if you look up, say, Strong's Concordance, cross Storos, look up that definition. And if a Jehovah's Witness has come to your door and you're like, okay, let's look up what Storos means. And it has here Strong's Exhaustive Concordance. Now, I'm not sure if that's a modern Strong's or the old Strong's, but it says here, from the base of histemi, a stake or post as set upright, i.e. specifically a pole. And then it has or cross. And so the Jehovah's Witnesses love this sort of, I'm pretty sure in the old, this does seem like a more modern one. Pretty sure in the older one, it was like a stake or a post was the main thing there. But having like a storos is part of like the middle of like a mast in a boat. You usually have the one going upwards and the one going horizontally, which makes a cross, which is a storos. And so this has caused the Jehovah's Witnesses to have, Jesus dying on a pole like this with one nail, but clearly it says nails, plural, even in their New World Translation, and it has the nails in his hands. So it's a double plural there, showing that Jesus was crucified with two nails, not one nail. So their whole concept is weird and strange, but that, they just want to be outrageous, different, non-Trinitarian, strange. But going through stuff, I probably would just read through everything, because it is like, if I'm on the fly, I might just go to an interlinear, or like, say, even here, if I just go to like Matthew 10:38, let's just have a quick look there. It is loading, it's just taking a while. Matthew 10:38, and it's already gone to the Greek, so I might look through that, but sometimes this is coded to like a Westcott and Hort type of text. So I'll go through them, just check and see, if there's any differences. But then even down the bottom, KJV with Strong's, and you can just go, okay, cross or worthy. Let's click on that while the ad pops up. Axios, due, reward, meet, unworthy, and the NASB, worthy, deserving. But one really good way to define words is to actually go through like an Englishman's concordance. This is very helpful. Now, this doesn't have all the words, unfortunately, but if you download like Online Bible, which has been around since the 90s, or even eSword, you can do it on this. You don't search for the word, search for the Strong's number. So you search for like 504, and it comes up like this. And you can look at, say, every word here, like meet, worthy, 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 and just look at the KJV meanings. It looks like most of them are saying worthy, like deserving in the NASB, appropriate. And so it says you can look at all these occurrences. Now, if it has like over 100, it just stops. Sometimes you'll be doing a study and you're reading through it all, and then it just stops, and it's like, oh. So this is very helpful too, and it has the Greek words. Sometimes you might be able to tell if it's genitive, dative, whatever it is, accusative. And so, but yeah, usually it's got all that type of understanding. Oh, sorry, in the actual title. So it's adjective, noun, masculine, singular. It's got all that type of stuff, and you can just look that up as well. So that can be helpful, to look up the passing table and check out what they are. Sometimes too, they have like an N for neuter, but then they have an N for infinitive, and you can confuse yourself. You like, make it easier, I like it when it's sort of like a pronoun. It's like, oh, that's what it is. Yeah, you don't have to go, is it a noun? Is it a nominative? Is it a infinite? Like sometimes you can get confused with all that because it's all the same. But yeah, there are better tables than this around anyway. Trouble with Fire says, plus knowing that Strong's was on the 1901 American Standard Version Translation Committee, but passed before its publishing, and it was used for that translation too. And so, yeah, I think a lot of people don't know that about Strong, and he was hanging around Unitarians. And so Ezra Abbott and these other guys. And so this is what I found with Horn. So it looks like I have a PDF document of his. I've got a David Horner interview. But yeah, I thought I had other stuff, but anyway, I'll just let that run, that search. But apart from that, I think I'm done, guys. That was a marathon and a half. And I'm so glad that I did it. Probably the missing piece of the puzzle to a lot of Comma defenders is the prologue of Jerome. It is a super evidence, as Stephen Avery calls it. So anyway, guys, I think I'll go and eat some food. It's 2 o'clock in the afternoon now. I have tomorrow off because we have the King's birthday, King Charles' birthday. It's not his actual date, but this is just the day that we celebrate that on. And so, yeah, we got tomorrow off. We're going to go and do some shopping and spend a whole bunch of money that we don't have. And we're going to get a whole bunch of stuff. And so it's going to be cool. Keep us in prayer. Like, subscribe, share. And I've enjoyed doing these videos. I hope you guys have enjoyed following me. Now, I've done 4 of these videos. I think they've gone for 5 hours each. I mean, you're looking at 20 hours just in these 4 videos. So that's a lot of, and some of you guys are following me all the way through, and I really do appreciate it. Sometimes I see some people live and I just go, I'm not going to listen to it live. I'm actually going to wait until it's finished and then listen on, 1.75 or something, so I can get through it quicker. And I would do that. If you want to go back and look at my videos, I would just speed them up. Just get used to listening to like at least 1.25. You'll save yourself a lot of time. And sometimes at the end of these videos, I get slower and slower as time goes along, but I just want to finish it, so I push through. So yeah, pray for the coming Comma Johannine conference that we've got coming up with a whole bunch of pastors talking about that. It's going to be very good. Paul Gibson says, well, there you go. Look up the strongest number. Also, the Blue Letter Bible app with interlinear expounds greater. Yeah, Blue Letter is pretty good. And so usually I default back to how the King James translators translated a word, because they translated over very accurately, despite the horrible label that you'll get if you say that. You'll get called a King James onlyist or whatever, occultist. I don't care what they call me. I just go wherever truth's leading me. I'm going to go there. So thanks for joining us, guys. I really appreciate it. And go and enjoy reading 1 John 5 today, and look through those words and check it out, and let me know what your thoughts are on the meaning of 1 John 5 when we get to 6, 7, 8, 9. What does it mean? What's it talking about? What is the Spirit, the water, and the blood? Let me know your thoughts. Okay, guys, I'll play my little outro, and we'll see you again soon.